Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Good morning, Rizal. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Good morning, Dino. Good morning, Raman. Good morning, Lakshmi. Okay, so I hope everyone is doing good. I think many of the participants have not yet joined, still joining. Good morning, Nasneen. Let's just wait for a couple of minutes for everyone to join, and then we can continue from where we left in the yesterday's session. Okay, we'll complete that model and we'll start working on a fresh new model today. That's the agenda for today. Good morning, Shiva. Voice voice should be fine. I mean, if you're comparing it with the earlier one, then it may seem a little low, but otherwise it's not bad because I take up a lot of sessions based upon this earphone. Okay, we'll be starting in a couple of minutes, okay? Okay, so I think we've waited enough. Let's start now. So in the last class, we were having some difficulty in filling in that sensitivity analysis table. So did anyone try creating that table on the assumption sheet as we discussed towards the end? Did anyone try? Okay, so I also quickly tried right after the class, and it was working fine on the assumption sheet. Let me show it to you. Just a minute. So basically, as I said in the last class as well, that this sensitivity table, Excel is not able to create it on a separate sheet. This is one limitation. Excel is also, you see, Excel is also not perfect, right? It also has its areas of improvement. So accordingly, when I created this over the assumption sheet, it worked very fine. Right? So just try creating this table over your assumption sheet. Okay. The exact same table that we had created. Are you able to understand well? That is the point, Lakshmi. If you are able to understand what I am saying, if that much is clear, I think it's fine. So Raman, did you make this table over your assumption sheet? It worked fine? Okay, great. Okay. Everyone has to prepare this table that we discussed in the last class and create it over the assumption sheet. All the formulas are jumbled. Which formulas are jumbled, Shivangi? I didn't understand which formula is the jumbled you're talking about. And what about others? Are you able to create this table? You have to confirm once you've created this table, because the other part that I have to discuss is based upon this table only, right? So everybody should be ready with this table before I can discuss further. So that's why please confirm. And if you're finding anything difficult by creating the table, you'll have to let me know so that I can help you out with it.
Hello. Hi, Rhythm.
Hi.
Question.
Yes.
I have copied the table, but I'm not able to do the sensitivity analysis. It's giving me the same error on the assumption sheet, so maybe I'm missing a step. If you could please,
It's giving the same error.
yeah,
Okay, I'll just repeat the steps again.
please, thanks.
Okay, so basically, one first step would be to have your interest rates over here, and that you can do is you can start with 11% and then add 1% to it for the rest of your interest rate. That is step one. Step two would be to have your debt proportion 20%, and in the next cell we can have 20% plus 5%, and you can drag it forward for the rest of the cells, right? So these are the input rows and columns,
Okay.
and then you go to this cell and you press equal to, then you go to the financial model sheet, and in that sheet, wherever NPV you had calculated, that's B93, as per my sheet here, I'm talking about this place, B93, wherein we calculated the NPV based upon the free cash flow to equity. So once we have this NPV with us, we need to give the reference of this NPV in this particular corner cell as stating that this is our output which needs to be recalculated by considering all these debt and interest proportions mentioned. Okay, and this is our result as per the base case scenario. We have calculated this NPV, right? So these are the primary steps for creation of the framework. These Excel will fill. We don't have to fill these. This is all we had to fill. Okay. Now, then comes the final step, which would be to select all this data, starting from this corner cell till the last cell of the table. We go to the data tab, and in the data tab, we need to go to the what if analysis. Once we visit the what if analysis, there we find this data table feature. We select it, and in this data table, we are required to fill in the row input and the column input. Now we have our debt proportion in a particular row, and we have our interest in a particular column. So my row input becomes the debt proportion, and my column input becomes my interest percentage. So if we talk about the debt proportion, we'll select the cell in which we have the debt proportion as an assumption. So we are commanding Excel that in this cell, instead of 30%, you'll experiment with all these values and give the NPV accordingly. Likewise, for the column input as well, we'll give the reference for this cell in which we already filled interest rate in our assumptions. So in this place, in this cell, what Excel will do is it will replace it with all these values and give us the new NPV with the different combination of debt and interest percentage that we are forming here. We press OK and we get these values.
Um, Rhythm, I have done this and it has
Mm-hmm.
worked for me, but strangely, like the last three rows are like zero. I had selected the whole thing, but I have only got,
Last three rows are zero,
yeah, for some reason, and all the
and
other,
these are matching.
yeah, these are,
Okay,
I don't think, no, they're not matching
they're
complete.
not matching.
Yeah. Um,
Okay,
I mean, I
can
have
you
the,
quickly share the screen once? I'll check quickly if something can be done.
yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I'm able to see. So you're getting some values in the last three rows.
Okay, it's automatically has been updated. Maybe it was taking some time or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So can you just remove the decimal places from these values?
Uh,
Okay.
are they matching?
Nope. They are different, I think. Not extremely different, but they are different
Well, my
from
NP
mine.
value is the same, and
Mm-hmm. Is it matching with anybody's data? Where is hashtag? Acha, on your sheet in the first cell it is hash. Okay, so hash means that the thing is not getting enough space. So just create some space in that cell and you will be able to see the value behind it. Resolve. Okay, so it's not matching with anybody's data, I believe. Anyhow, that just means that there may be some little deviation from what we did and what you did, because it's just a recalculation of the whole model, right? So when it's a recalculation of the whole model, even if there is a minute deviation or a mistake in maybe reference or something like that, also the sensitivity table will not give you the desired results. Many a times people come and say that we're not able to make the sensitivity table, it is not showing us the data or something like that. And that's just because somewhere in the whole model they actually did some shortcuts and did not do the cell referencing correct or something like that,
Hello, ma'am.
or a minor mistake. Yes.
Ma'am, there is hash coming in the first row.
For that hash thing,
And can I share the screen?
no, you don't need to share the screen. Just look at my screen for now. If there is any hash, why does hash appear first of all? In any particular cell, hash can appear if the thing is not getting enough, any number is not getting enough space. If I reduce this, hash will appear because there's not much space here.
I
So you just
created
need
some
to
space.
you need to create more space maybe.
Nothing will show in the rows.
Just share your screen. अभी आप इसको select करो जो आपका cell है. First, you select the whole row. No, select it. Don't drag it. Just go to this decimal places. Reduce the decimal. The other one. अच्छा decrease वाला ही है ना. ठीक है, decrease का. करो और करो. Nothing happening.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then go back to this first cell of yours. Go to this C column. There is this space between C and D column. Double click there. आ गया. अब ये परसेंटेज में आ रहा है. ये परसेंटेज में क्यों आ रहा है पता नहीं. But this should be number. The format should be number. And similarly for all of them, you need to have the format as number and double click on the side of the column to enhance the space.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so Ishant wasn't getting the same values as these. Is everyone else getting same values? Okay, so Nazneen is getting the same values. Raman is getting the same values. What about others? Are we on the same page? Okay, Shivangi also the same values. Okay, so let's interpret these values. So what was the purpose behind the calculation of these values? The purpose was very simple and straightforward. The purpose was that we are able to recalculate the NPV given changes in our interest rate and debt. You can have this calculated for any combination of two inputs at one time in one table. We can have multiple tables indicating the impact of the changes in inputs towards the outputs. Dipanshu, this is created in a similar fashion as we did in the last class. Just the difference is that in the last class we did it on the financial model sheet where it was showing some error, but we recreated the same table over the assumption sheet and it worked fine. It was able to give us these values. So if you attended the yesterday's session, you must know how to prepare this table and you have to do it on the assumption sheets. Okay. So now, in this particular example, as we can observe, our final output, our base case scenario was something like 65,94,717, right? And in case we change our debt and interest proportions, then how does this NPV get reflected? It increases to 66,01,700 when the debt proportion is the least and the interest percentage is also the least. And as in the same debt proportion, if we keep on increasing the interest rate, the NPV gets reduced. These are what you can observe. ठीक है? तो हमारा जो NPV है वो reduce हो रहा है. If we are keeping the 20% proportion constant, our debt proportion is getting reduced out. Our NPV, is getting reduced out. Now, if we increase our debt proportion a little more, what happens to our NPV? It gets reduced from 66 lakh 1,700. It's now 66 lakh 9,917. It has gone up a little. So we can see our NPV going up as we progress on the debt proportion. अभी इस पर्टिकुलर एग्जाम्पल में वैसे बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं लग रहा एनपीवी की वैल्यू में, इसीलिए इतना मतलब as far as the overall observation that I can make is that changing the interest from 11 to 17% and changing the debt from 20 to 40% is a very, very decent range for this model to work fine, because our NPV is not dramatically being affected by it. That is the overall observation that we can draw out of this. Had it been the case that the NPV was drastically being impacted, maybe coming negative also or becoming very low because of the changes in the debt and interest proportion, then that could have been a deciding factor for us. Getting the point? So right now, what we can observe in this particular case is that the debt proportion from 20 to 40% and interest ranging from 11 to 17% is not having a very major impact on our NPV, right? कभी भी हम सेंसिटिविटी एनालिसिस करेंगे एंड किसी इनपुट की वजह से बहुत मेजर इम्पैक्ट आता हुआ हमें दिखेगा हमारे आउटपुट पे, तो we will have to be careful about that input while making our final conclusion as to whether we have to go for the project or not. ठीक है? Since in this scenario, the debt and the interest rate are not acting as a very heavy influencer over the NPV, at least in the ranges we have specified, which are justifiable. मतलब सिर्फ हमारे प्रोजेक्ट के NPV को मेजरली चेंज करने के लिए हम जबरदस्ती की assumptions नहीं चेंज करेंगे, राइट? हमारे हिसाब से हमने 30% का एक डेट प्रपोर्शन रखा जरूर है, बट वी बिलीव दैट 20 to 40% रेंज कैन बी देयर. हमने 15% का इंटरेस्ट रेट अपने बेस केस में रखा तो है, but we believe that 11 to 17% can be a good range. Beyond this range, we are not expecting things to turn around. And therefore, if you are getting a comfortable NPV which is not being impacted hugely between these ranges, I think we are well versed as far as the capital structure is concerned. So funding कि जो भी हम पॉसिबिलिटीज कंसिडर कर रहे हैं उन सभी पॉसिबिलिटीज में हमारा एनपीवी पॉजिटिव है एंड बहुत मेजरली इम्पैक्टेड नहीं है. So I think as far as the funding, the capital structure is concerned, we are in a very good position. Getting the point. So that is the whole conclusion that we can draw. Of course, there can be variety of conclusions based upon the data and the effect on the output that we are getting out of the table under different circumstances and under different cases. But this is what we can observe best, I think, in this particular scenario, right? So as we know, the sensitivity table is quite sensitive. It needs to be prepared in the assumption sheet only, and we have to be very careful while preparing the whole table, whole model, क्योंकि कहीं पर भी अगर हमने कोई भी मिस्टेक करी होगी तो फिर यहाँ पर मिस्टेक करी होगी या फिर हमने जो सेल रेफरेंसिंग दे रखी है वो अगर ठीक नहीं होगी तो इन एनी ऑफ द सिनेरियोस हमारा जो फाइनल आउटपुट है किसी तरीके से हमने इसके सिनेरियो में तो कैलकुलेट कर दिया बट बाकी चीजों में एक्सेल नहीं कर पाएगा बिकॉज उसको वो पाथ नहीं मिलेगा द राइट पाथ जिस पे उसको ट्रैवल करके इस एनपीवी को कैलकुलेट करना है. एनपीवी की जगह पे आप आईआरआर भी बहुत कॉमनली करा जाता है, ठीक है. एज सेड इन द लास्ट क्लास कि हम कोई भी चीज जो हमारे को बहुत ज्यादा वेरी करती भी लगती है, एनी इनपुट दैट वी सी एज क्वाइट वेरिएबल and has a power to influence our decision, that should be tested in the sensitivity analysis. Like in this scenario, I mean, something like tax rate is out of our hands, right? We cannot even decide that this can be the range for tax rate, right? Depreciation is an accounting thing, so that is not a big deal. Salary will somehow to some extent be in our hands, how much to increase, how much to give, right? But how much revenue growth we can expect, that is something external that can range. We are expecting a base case of 20%, maybe we are getting a growth rate of 30% or 10% or maybe 40%. Anything can happen, right? So what are the different scenarios with respect to the revenue growth that we are expecting? That can be one thing to be experimented, right? And apart from NPV, जो commonly हम जिसके ऊपर सेंसिटिविटी एनालिसिस करते हैं एज फार एज द आउटपुट इज कंसर्न, दैट इज आईआरआर. सो आईआरआर पे भी हम कर सकते थे, ठीक है. अभी हमने एनपीवी का एक सिनेरियो लिया, लेट्स सी इन द नेक्स्ट मॉड्यूल मे बी वी कैन वर्क अपॉन आईआरआर थिंग, ठीक है. सो दैट्स हाउ आई थिंक वी विल गोइंग टू प्रोसीड. सो डोंट वरी, अभी और भी चीजें एड ऑन होगी, कुछ चीजें कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हम नेक्स्ट मॉडल में भी कर सकते हैं, राइट. सो अभी के लिए लेट्स क्लोज दिस मॉडल एंड आई होप यू एंजॉयड इट. We tried to create it from scratch, have all the discussions, all the research and analysis we tried to do, and we tried to work upon it. Profitability index is see, it's not a very useful tool, I believe. It's just another form of how NPV is dictated. Like NPV just creates the difference between our cash inflows and cash outflows. Profitability index just creates a ratio of our cash inflows by cash outflows. So it is giving us, it's not just any extra information more than what NPV is already providing to us. Because if the NPV is positive, this profitability index will be greater than 1, right? It's just that if you want to see that how many times, like your inflows are how many times your outflows. Like if this profitability index is 5, that means that whatever you are investing right now into this business, you're going to get 5 times that number from this project as cash inflows in the future. So if you want to just look at that angle, it's not giving us any new information, but just that angle, like if you're investing 10,000 and your profitability index is 5, that means you're going to get 5 times your investment from this particular project. So if you've invested 10,000, you are expecting to receive 50,000 from this particular project. That is 5 times your investment. So higher the number, better it is, and it will be greater than 1 as long as NPV is positive. So it's not giving any extra information. It's just that it is looking at things from a different angle. I hope it's clear now, Shivangi. No, Raman, because it's a table and table has to have a column and a row. So we have to have 2 things and 2 input तो देखो हमें मिल ही जाते हैं जिनके ऊपर we want to do the sensitivity analysis. Minimum to minimum 2. You can experiment at your end. ठीक है, इस मॉडल के रिस्पेक्ट पे what you can do is you can take it as homework that during the week whenever you get some time, try to create another sensitivity table in which you can probably take revenue growth and maybe what else, interest that we have taken, operations expenses are dependent on revenue only. This is not major, this is not major. So probably you can have this interest thing again. So interest expense and revenue growth के respect पे आप एक sensitivity analysis कर सकते हैं with the output being IRR. So this thing you can take as homework. Okay, and we can discuss it next weekend for that. तो आपका एक holistic model हो जाएगा जिसमें हमने सारी possible inputs and outputs पे काम कर लिया. ठीक है. So this we can take as homework, sensitivity table, with respect to IRR. Let me put it this way. With respect to output, that is IRR, and inputs would be revenue growth and interest rate. If you find anything else suitable as your input that you want to change apart from interest, you can do that as well. ठीक है, I'm just giving you a rough example of how you can go about it. We can calculate a few margin ratios, return ratios, and solvency ratios. These are the 3 most important ratios that we can have, so that we have some idea like about how much profitability margin is there and solvency is good enough or not. It's your call actually. We have growth ratios, whatever, because see, there is no hard and fast rule book here. जिस भी एस्पेक्ट पे आप चेक करना चाहते हो कि आपका बिजनेस मॉडल कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग है, कितना वीक है, सो यू कैन चेक ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ ग्रोथ, you can check on the basis of margins, you can check on the basis of returns and solvency. तो हमने ratios already कर रखे हैं, right? So that is your outlook कि किस किस पैरामीटर्स पे आप चेक करना चाहते हो. तो this also you can take as homework. Good point raised by Shivangi. ठीक है, तो I have given you some parameters if something else comes to your mind, most welcome to try it. ठीक है, तो ये दोनों चीजें हमने अभी करनी है. ठीक है, ये हम करेंगे एज होमवर्क एंड इन ऑर्डर टू जस्ट सेव सम टाइम ऑफ द क्लास, बिकॉज आज मुझे नए मॉडल पे काम स्टार्ट करना ही है. ठीक है, तो just to save some time of the class, and since it's a repeat of what we've already done in class, there's nothing new in it. So what you can do is, whatever ratios you think are important, the different categories I've mentioned, a couple of them out of all of them, like a couple of growth ratios, a couple of margin ratios, a couple of return ratios, or whatever you feel like calculating, then do try create another analysis sheet in which you can just calculate a few ratios, and we'll discuss on how the company's financial performance is as far as the ratio analysis goes. ठीक है, तो वो चीज, and this sensitivity table you will have to create on the assumption sheet itself. So these are the two homework for your next class. ठीक है, and for now we can close this model, and we will be working on another model for which inputs and everything will be provided to us, and we'll be just creating a model out of the inputs, right? So let me just open that model. Okay, so this is one of the models. This also we have to create from scratch. It's just that the case and the model guidelines, the assumptions are provided to us, which we can use to create this model, right? So this model should be there in your learning management system. So can you guys first and foremost try and download this from uh, your online library, whatever you call it. See, if you can download it, it's yourself, then it would be great. If you're not able to find this file online, then I will share it with you. ठीक है, तो एक बार देखो आपके जो LMS है, हाँ, yes, just check your LMS. You should find this file under practical financial modeling, something like that. Just let me know once you have the file. In the LMS, in practical financial modeling, you should be able to find this file. You find what? Can you share your screen? Anybody who is onto the LMS so that I can see what is there and then guide you better? Anybody who's onto the LMS, please share your screen so that we can be on the same page. Okay, in class activity on EY financial modeling. Okay, so it's EY practical financial modeling. If you click on it in class activity, what do you get? You get an assignment. Okay, please download it. Let's see what's there in it. Okay, this is a different assignment. अच्छा, और क्या है वहाँ पर? Project, yeah, in project, what do we have? Yes, this one I'm talking about. VPL case study. This one. And you have the solution for it as well available there. Okay. So is that the solution of this VPL case study project that you have there?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Just a minute, guys. I also had this access to LMS, but I'm not able to find the mail. So I'm just searching for that only. Just give me 1 minute. No, Ishant. The screen sharing is not required. I'm just trying to find that. Acha, what is the website name for this LMS? Thanks, Shivangi. And by default, user ID is your email address, right? And what's the there is some by default password also, right? Okay, got it. Thank you.
सो रिदम इसमें एक सोल्यूशन फाइल है और एक क्वेश्चन फाइल है, तो दोनों ही अवेलेबल है।
दोनों ही अवेलेबल है. Okay. So it's there in practical dimension modeling, right?
Yes.
Okay. ठीक है. Okay, so let's start working on this model. So first and foremost thing would be to understand the very dynamics of what this model is going to be all about. ठीक है? It's going to be a very interesting thing to work upon. So you can see my screen with respect to the model itself. Okay, So let's just first and foremost go through the details of the model. So we have this company, Western Printers Limited, and we are setting it up and are expecting to commence business on 1st of December 2017. Okay. Now, WPL will be a Mumbai-based company engaged in trading of printers. You have identified a Pune-based manufacturer to purchase the printers from and intend to sell the printers in Mumbai, earning a margin over the cost. WPL will have no other line of business, and the earnings from printer sales will be its only revenue stream. You have identified a medium-sized store for rent at Leamington Road in Mumbai, which is a hub for computer accessories. This space is already available to you since 1st of April 2017. Between April 2017 and December 2017, you will have to incur some renovation and refurbishment costs to make the store ready for operations. You will also have to incur some maintenance expenses every 2 years. You plan to work as the store manager and will take home a salary equivalent to the average salary you plan to offer to employees. ऐसा कौन करता है? In addition, you plan to employ a deputy store manager to manage the day-to-day affairs and 8 sales staff. You have calculated that apart from this, the only other fixed cost for WPL will be on account of housekeeping charges and expenses for utilities like electricity, water, light, refreshments, etc. Based on your discussions with your supplier, you have noted down the following terms. You will receive printer stock on the 3rd working day of every month at an all-inclusive price, which includes transportation cost of the inventory from Pune to Mumbai. You do not plan to offer much credit to your customers since most of the clientele is likely to belong to the retail or small offices segment, and payment will be on delivery of the product. Okay, so there will not be much debtors because you're not going to give a lot of credit to your customers. But when it comes to your suppliers, the payment, you will receive the printer stock on 3rd working day of every month. And what about the payment? When will you pay? Based on discussion with the supplier, you have noted down the following terms. You will receive the printer stock on 3rd working day of every month at an all-inclusive price, which includes transportation cost from Pune to Mumbai. अच्छा, उसके रिगार्डिंग बताया नहीं अभी कि सप्लायर हमें कितना क्रेडिट देने वाला है. Accordingly, your supplier has agreed to offer a credit period of 45 days, and you will maintain at least 1 month worth of inventory at the godown from forming part of your premises. Okay, so 45 days we'll get to make payment to our suppliers. Debtors को हम कुछ भी time frame नहीं दे रहे हैं. It's gone more on cash basis. As part of your inheritance, you have a parcel of land in your village which is worth 7 million. You intend to show this as an asset in your books, but it does not contribute to your operations in any manner. Then why you want to show it? You plan to capitalize and consider depreciation as per written down value method on your renovation, refurbishments expenses, as well as the maintenance expenditures which you will incur going forward. Based on a rough calculation of all your savings and funds available to you, you have estimated that you will be able to infuse approximately 10 million to start the business. You have spoken with some of your banker friends and concluded that you will be able to secure debt funding approximately 5 million to help you with your initial cash flow pressures. However, the bankers will ask for a detailed business plan in order to sanction the funding. You are required to set up a model showing the business plan for WPL with its cash flows for the next 5 years, including a set of three-way integrated financial statements. Following are the points which need to be considered to build the model. Set your column width as given in the table as per the model guideline sheet. Cell formats to be set using cell styles in Excel. Range names and model timelines are given in table 2A, 2B, and 2C in the model guideline sheet. Consider annual timeline for the model. Use financial years as a basis, April to March. Note your first period will be April 2017 till March 2018. However, revenues will only be for 4 months, that is from December 2016 to March 2018. Consider how your fixed costs will be impacted. Set up a check sheet and set the error tolerances as 0.1. Give this a cell, uh, give this cell a range name of max deviation. Set up check checks in the model as you go about building it. Set up the revenue inputs as per the table in section 3A of model guideline sheet. Next, set up the cost related inputs as per the table. Next, input section you will be setting up with respect to the fixed assets. You will find the details in 3C of the model guideline sheet. Set up puts for capital structure as per the section 3D for your model guideline sheet, and set up for the working capital related inputs as per section 3E. Set up the tax related input. Once you've done with setting up the input, set up calculations for each item starting with revenues, fixed costs, variable costs, capex, including land, one-time capex and maintenance expenses, depreciation, debt, interest, equity, and working capital. Then go about preparing a financial statements, the P&L, that is the income statement, balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. Then go about check that your model is working fine by setting up appropriate checks in the model. Think of all the possible checks that you can set up to ensure arithmetic and logical accuracy of the model. ठीक है, तो basically क्या करना है? We are planning to start this business. It's a printer supplying business. So we'll be buying printers from some supplier in Pune, and we will have a store in Mumbai from where we'll sell it to our customers. The supplier will give us 45 days of credit, and we will be maintaining 1 month inventory. And for the customer thing, it is going to be mostly cash on delivery thing. So not much debtor or receivables will be there in our working capital system. And we'll have some assets in the business. We are going to show land as an asset in our business. Why are we creating this model? First of all, we are creating this model because we have to apply for a loan. The initial investment that we require in this business is of 10 million, and out of which 5 million we'll be borrowing from the bank and 5 million we'll be contributing ourselves. So the 5 million we have to borrow from the bank, for which the bank wants the whole plan of the business, and therefore we are preparing this model so that we can show proper plan as to how and how we are planning to execute the business, right? So we are showing one of our inherited land also as an asset in our business, although it has nothing to do with an operation, with the operation of the business, but maybe just to, make our balance sheet look better. We are including that land. Apart from that, whatever renovation cost, refurbishment cost that we are incurring on, on the business, on the store, all those will be capitalized, and depreciation as per WDV method will be charged on them. And this business is starting from, we are going to be following the financial year, that is April till March, and the first year will be April 2017 till March 2018. Although in the initial few months we are just involved in creating a base for our work, and the renovation and everything, and the final operations are beginning from December 2017 only, right? And we'll be forecasting the future of this company for the upcoming 5 years, right? And so the first step, whatever is mentioned here, is nothing but the various steps. Like somebody was asking also if we can get a specific number of steps that we need to follow while creating the financial model. So these are primarily your steps. First, you need a base work, like what and why you want to create the financial model, why you want to create it, and what kind of business, getting all the details and everything. The second step is to work upon the inputs or the assumptions. So all this is regarding the input creation. So a lot of time goes into creating the base work only. So first we'll be working on the base work. That thing, I think it's already done for us, since all the base, what business it is, and everything, the assumption details are given to us. We have to just start working on it. So we have a lot of inputs to work upon. So we'll be working upon the inputs, then we'll be creating the financials. Okay, this would be the financials, and then final working analysis and conclusion on the whole model, and just checking whether the model is good enough or not. So these are the few steps, generic steps, that we always follow, irrespective of what the objective of the model is and what kind of model it is. ठीक है? सो अभी हमने ये सारे स्टेप्स को फॉलो करते हुए इस मॉडल को क्रिएट करना है, राइट? अभी जो हमने फर्स्ट मॉडल देखा था वो भी हमने स्क्रैच से बनाया था, बट उसको हमने अपने हिसाब से थोड़ा कस्टमाइज किया था, ठीक है? अभी हम उसको और पॉलिश करेंगे, बिकॉज दैट वाज योर फर्स्ट मॉडल, तो उसको थोड़ा उसमें कस्टमाइजेशन टच भी डाला था, थोड़ा सा हमने, मतलब हो सकता है एक आधी कुछ टेक्निकली अवॉइड करी हो, बट the point was to get you comfortable with the whole process of how financial model works and giving you a confidence कि आप scratch से, अगर आपको कुछ भी assumptions भी नहीं है आपके पास, तब भी आप scratch से एक मॉडल क्रिएट कर सकते हो और उस पर काम कर सकते हो, ठीक है ना? So that was the point there. Here we will create it in a more formalized manner. थोड़ी सी और फॉर्मेलिटीज करेंगे, थोड़े से और चेक्स डालेंगे मॉडल में, उसको और थोड़ा सा पॉलिश करेंगे बेसिकली, क्योंकि इनपुट्स पे हमें काम नहीं करना, इनपुट्स हमारे पास काम नहीं करना, एज इन वी डोंट हैव टू रिसर्च ऑन इट, द रिसर्च, द बेस वर्क, it's already done for us. We just have to start working on it, right? Now we go to the model guidelines, wherein we'll be provided with what each and every detail of how we need to proceed with respect to the model. Okay, so the instructions, we'll go through the instruction, then we'll start working on the input side of it. Of course, this is not a couple of hours task, so I don't expect it to get completed today. Nevertheless, next Saturday we should be able to complete it, ठीक है? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड तो पक्का ये कंप्लीट हो ही जाएगा, आज तो मैं नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रही कि ये कंप्लीट होगा, बट नेक्स्ट वीकेंड फॉर श्योर हो जाएगा. मीनवाइल डू वर्क ऑन द रेशियोज एंड द सेंसिटिविटी एनालिसिस ऑन द प्रीवियस मॉडल एज वेल, ठीक है? अभी उस मॉडल को हमने फाइनल कंक्लूजन नहीं दिया है. You complete all those work and we'll try to conclude that model and this model both in the next class or over the next weekend, I can say. Okay. So let's go through the instructions for this model. So each and everything is very, very rigidly defined here. As you can see that even the column width that you have to put is defined. This is the column width that we are required to follow. कि आपका A column का width, B का, C का, that is defined to us. So we'll be following it. ठीक है? Even the formats are provided to us. What all formats we can use. Okay. So name of the cell style, if it's a general input, we can use the general format. And alignment उसका कैसे रहेगा? It will be centrally aligned. ठीक है? Horizontal alignment, vertical alignment, font is provided to us. तो अगर कोई generic input है, तो general format and center alignment. And Arial font. I think Arial font is common for all our things. So Arial ही रहता है by default. ठीक है? That's fine. बाकी अगर input में number है, average time for completion, see, if you're a pro in it, then you can complete the whole model in maybe couple of hours also. There is no hard and fast there, but it just depends upon how much experience and how much comfort you have for financial modeling. If you're very comfortable, you can go up to as less as a couple of hours also. Okay, and we also have, like, if it's an input number, then this is the format we'll be using, and these are the alignments. And if it's a percentage, of course, it's going to be percentage up to 1 decimal places that we are required to use. And this is how the alignment should be. Then if it's an actual, see, these are the inputs. These were the inputs that we are required to put in, like the cost percentage or the tax rate or anything like that. Actual is basically the actual numbers that we have, uske regarding kya format and alignment rahegi, that is there. Off-sheet reference is there, or a blog for input is there, or a different from adjacent output check. मतलब कुछ चीजें साथ साथ you'll get the clarity. जो भी है with respect to your inputs, your main तो हमारे inputs होते हैं, actuals होते हैं और outputs होते हैं. These are the things. उसके अलावा थोड़े हम checks डालते हैं just to ensure कि हमारा जो model है वो arithmetically correct है, and if possible to ensure the logical sense of the model. तो उसके regarding क्या करना है, किस चीज के regarding क्या हमारा format रहेगा, वो सब चीजें यहाँ पे provided है. Then we are also provided the various ranges that we can use. Yeah, we can do the formatting later on also, because while creating the model, we don't want to break the flow of the model by referring to the sheet again and again and checking की कौन सी चीज. Although still साथ साथ करने में भी advantage है, क्योंकि the models can get very complicated and very lengthy at times. This is still a very nominal sized model, I would say. I have seen models comprising of 20 sheets, and with the time frame, this is for just for 5 years. There are models for 25 years also. So on those kinds of models, I think if we leave the formatting till the end, we will actually have to run the whole model again. It's while formatting it, एक बार we'll have to go through the whole model. Yeah. uh, it can actually get lengthy at times. तो अगर साथ साथ ही हम पुट कर देंगे तो आई थिंक बेटर रहेगा, क्योंकि बाद में we'll not have to come again to the whole model to just to format it. So various ranges are provided, like days in a year is going to be 365, quarters in a year is going to be 4 months, monthly 1 month ही होता है, we know that months in a quarter 3 होते हैं, months in a year कितना होता है, 1000 कितना होता है, मतलब each and every possible figures that we can encounter, उस सब से related details भी हमें provided है, ठीक है. And apart from that, model start date, as we know, is 1st of July 2017, and the timeline for the model is going to be for 5 years, and the operational start date, as mentioned here, is 1st of January 2018. However, in this case sheet, it was mentioned that your first period will be April 17 to March 18. Revenues will only be for 4 months, that is December 2017 to March. So यहाँ पे इन्होंने December 2017 लिखा हुआ है for the revenues to start, और यहाँ पर इन्होंने operational start date 1st of January लिख रखी है. Why? There is a difference there. 1 month का difference है. Okay. तो उसके रिगार्डिंग इन्होंने वैसे जब यहाँ पर प्रोवाइड किया हुआ है रेवेन्यू रिलेटेड इनपुट्स 1st of December till 31st of March 2018 में इन द फर्स्ट 3 months, यहाँ पे 3 months लिखा है, यहाँ पे 1st December लिखा है. I don't know, whatever it is, we were able to sell 1500 printers, and after this we are expecting the number of printers to grow by 5% on yearly basis from 2019 onwards. ठीक है. So 2017-18 में of course हमारा इतना ही सेल था. 18 से 19 में 5% का ग्रोथ हो जाएगा in the number that we have sold. Right? Apart from that, we also have the product cost, the product selling price, which is 25,000, right? And that also we are expecting to grow by 5% from FY18 onwards. So FY18 is 17-18 itself. Okay, we'll talk about the workings when we start the working. Abhi, let's just go through the whole information. So revenues के respect पे, be it the number of units that we are expecting to sell and the selling price at which we are expecting to sell, ये सारी information हमें दी हुई है. Ishant will have to check that, but it seems like that if in 3 months we are able to sell 1500, then we should convert it into annual basis. How much we will be able to sell in 12 months? If in 3 months we are able to sell 1500, how much we can sell in 12 months, and then grow it by 5%? That makes more sense, because that would be very less, just growing it by 5%. परसेंटेज पीए तो हाँ मतलब ग्रोथ रेट के हिसाब से चलो we'll work on it. Don't worry, we'll discuss everything. अभी let's just go through the rest of the details as well. So after this, we have this fixed cost of rent, which is for 1.5 million for April 2017 till 31st March 2018. And it is going to escalate 5% every 3 years from operations starting, that is FY18, with the base year rent applicable for 12 months. Then we have the personnel cost of 10 million expected to grow by 5% every year. And we have some other fixed costs as 1.2 million expected to increase by 5% every year. Okay. Then we also have some cost of goods sold as we are purchasing the thing. Personnel cost means the salaries paid to employees. So cost of goods sold, of course, is there. This is basically the cost at which we must be purchasing the printer, which is 70,000, and it is also expected to grow by 5% every year. Marketing cost, we are assuming 5%. I think 5% of what? Revenue ही होना चाहिए, and rational for the future cost, 5% of the revenue per period. Other variable cost is also there, which is also 2% of revenue per period. ठीक है? So that's about the variable cost that we have. And then after this, we also have inputs regarding our fixed assets. Like we have land, which we are showing worth 7 million. Land पे depreciation 0% लिख रखा है, ऐसा क्यों? Why is this 0%? Why don't we depreciate land? Why don't we depreciate land? Any reason behind it? या ऐसे ही by norm हम नहीं करते? So, do we depreciate an asset based upon the market value? Yes, basically, land is an asset जिसको हम depreciate नहीं करते. Why? Because for depreciation to happen, we have to have a particular useful life attached to that particular asset. ठीक है, उस asset की एक useful life होगी, तभी हम उसको depreciate कर सकते हैं over its useful life. अगर हमारे पास useful life नहीं है, तो हम उसको depreciate कैसे करेंगे? ठीक है, because depreciation has nothing to do with the market value. Remember that. ठीक है, मार्केट वैल्यू कभी भी इतने सिस्टमैटिक तरीके से एक स्ट्रेट लाइन बेसिस या रिटन डाउन वैल्यू बेसिस के बेसिस पे डेप्रिसिएशन नहीं करती है. सॉरी, मार्केट वैल्यू इतने सिस्टमैटिक तरीके से चेंज नहीं करती है जितने सिस्टमैटिक तरीके से हम डेप्रिसिएशन करते हैं. तो डेप्रिसिएशन एक अकाउंटिंग कॉन्सेप्ट है कि भाई अगर हमने 10 लाख की कोई चीज एज एन एसेट अपनी बैलेंस शीट में दिखा रखी है, तो उसको उस कॉस्ट को हम कब और कैसे अपनी इनकम स्टेटमेंट में लेके जा सकते हैं. लेके जाना क्यों है? क्योंकि all the costs should come in the income statement. Then only we will get to know about the profits correctly. So अगर आपने एक machine ली है 10 lakh की, that cost you've incurred so that you can get revenue for the upcoming 10 years. So that cost of machine of 10 lakh should be going into the income statement over this 10-year period, irrespective of whatever the market value of that machine is. It should go into the income statement for the simple reason that it is contributing towards the revenue generation. ठीक है, तो एक ये प्योर अकाउंटिंग कॉन्सेप्ट है, इसका मार्केट वैल्यू से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. एज फार एज लैंड इज कंसर्न, लैंड इज वन एसेट जिसकी कोई यूजफुल लाइफ हम डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते. बिल्डिंग की फिर कर सकते हैं कि 50 इयर्स या 100 इयर्स बाद इसको रिपेयर करना पड़ सकता है. मतलब जैसे इस पर्सन ने भी क्या क्या किया कि जो भी रेनोवेशन मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट है वो भी कैपिटलाइज किया है. कैपिटलाइज किया है मतलब एज एन एसेट शो किया है और उस पर डेप्रिसिएशन वुड बी एप्लीकेबल, बिकॉज इन सब चीजों की एक लिमिटेड लाइफ हम आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं. बिल्डिंग की कर सकते हैं, रेनोवेशन की कर सकते हैं, बट लैंड इज समथिंग विच इज देयर फॉर एवर. अगर हमारे पास कोई लैंड है, बिल्डिंग कैन स्टिल बी, पूरी बिल्डिंग आप खत्म करके दोबारा से स्टार्ट कर सकते हो, बट the land will always be there. So therefore, since a useful life cannot be identified for land, therefore we don't depreciate it. ठीक है? Any example of intangible asset that we don't amortize? Yes. Why goodwill? Why don't we amortize goodwill? Absolutely. Goodwill also is such an asset with respect to which we cannot define a particular lifespan, because of which even goodwill is not amortized. ठीक है, आप इस चीज को देखो, बाकी सारे आपके जितने भी बेसिकली इंटैंजिबल एसेट्स है, उनका बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? जितने भी हमारे इंटैंजिबल एसेट्स है, उनका बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है कि वो आपको एक बेनिफिट प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, बट ऑल दोज एसेट्स आर ऑन पेपर, like a franchise agreement or a trademark or a patent or a copyright. These are all on papers. These do not have any physical existence, but they are on papers and they're providing you some benefit, right? And this is for a limited time frame. ठीक है, कई intangibles 5 years में renew किए जा सकते हैं, तो कुछ 3 years में करे जा सकते हैं, कोई hard and fast नहीं है, but definitely these have a limited life attached to them and therefore we amortize them. So any asset, whether tangible or intangible, that is whether it has a physical existence or it's on papers, if it's a cost that we've incurred which is providing us benefit for a certain number of years, we will depreciate or amortize it, as in distribute the cost of the asset into our income statement in the name of depreciation or amortization. It has nothing to do with the market value, but more so with how many years we are expecting to use that asset. गुडविल कौन सी गुडविल? गुडविल को लेकर के भी ना बहुत सारी कंफ्यूजन होती है. लेट मी क्लियर इट. ठीक है, लेट मी जस्ट शेयर माय व्हाइट बोर्ड विद यू. दिस इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट. लेट मी जस्ट डिस्कस ऑन इट. Okay, so basically गुडविल की जब भी बात करी जाती है ना, so what goodwill that we are accounting into balance sheet? Which goodwill is it that we are accounting into balance sheet? We need to understand it. ये पता है कौन सी गुडविल होती है? ये वो वाली गुडविल नहीं होती, गुड नेम वाली गुडविल. We are not talking about that goodwill because it is very hard to do the valuation of such kind of a goodwill, right? तो हम उसकी बात नहीं करते यहाँ पर. जब हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हम उसको अपनी बैलेंस शीट में दिखाएंगे, हम उसको एमोटाइज करेंगे, वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट गुड नेम वाली गुडविल. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अ परचेज्ड गुडविल और एन एक्वायर्ड गुडविल. ठीक है, हम किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? एक एक्वायर्ड गुडविल की बात कर रहे हैं. Now when I say acquired goodwill, what do I mean by it? This is a particularly goodwill which we have acquired through business combinations. So whenever there is a business combination, like for example, there is A company who is acquiring B company. Now B company's fair value of assets, net assets, that is assets minus liabilities. So the fair value of net assets that company B has is, let's say, 1000 CR. And we are acquiring this company. Why would we acquire this company? We would acquire this company because we are looking at some benefits of doing it, right? हमें कुछ फायदा दिखेगा तभी हम उसे परचेस करना चाहेंगे. So there are some synergies. What are synergies? Synergies are basically the positive energies or positive benefits that we are getting by acquiring this company. So there are some synergies involved, and we are seeing a lot of benefit to acquire this company. Maybe it's our competitor, and if we acquire it, there will be one less of a good competitor in the market. So we are seeing some benefit, therefore we are acquiring it. Now, how much do we have to pay? If the fair value of the net asset of this B company is 1000 crores, and if we are paying 1200 crores to acquire it, so we are paying it 1200 crores for this company whose fair value is 1000 crores. So we are actually paying 200 crores extra. Now, why would we pay an extra cost? If something is worth 1000 crores, why would we pay 200 crores extra for it? For the simple reason that this 200 cost we feel is going to provide us a lot of benefit in the form of synergies that we are planning to experience after the acquisition, right? So ये जो 200 हमने extra pay करे हैं, this is actually the extra cost that we have borne to acquire B company, which is going to give us some extra benefits. We are seeing some benefit. See, what is an asset? Asset is nothing but a cost that we have incurred, which is going to give us some benefit. So अगर ये company 1000 crores के net assets hold करती है, and this company also knows its worth, तो वो 1000 crores के नीचे की प्राइस पे सेल नहीं कर देगी, ठीक है ना? The management or the owner of this company will not be interested in selling you the business at the fair value itself. Maybe we are not just the only person applying for this acquisition. There are many other people also who are ready to buy this B company, right? Whatever be the case, a company will have to pay something extra so that the deal goes to A company, or A company is able to do the acquisition in a smooth manner without any resentment from B company. Because B company को अगर अपनी अच्छी valuation नहीं मिलेगी तो B company would be like that, ठीक है, मुझे नहीं sell करना. It's not a bad company, a bankrupt company that we are acquiring. We are acquiring a good running company for the benefits that we'll get because of the acquisition. So this 200 extra cost that we are incurring is going to provide us the benefits, the synergies that we were planning to get, right? So this 200 crore cost is an asset to us, which is going to provide us benefits forever. It's not that we have acquired this company for 5 years or 10 years. We have acquired this company forever, right? So whatever extra cost, see, the assets of the business will go into, इसके जो 1000 crores के assets हैं, those will merge into our assets, right? 1000 crores के जो net assets है इस B company के, वो भी हमारे हो गए, तो that will merge into our balance sheet, right? But ये जो 200 crores का हमने extra payment दिया है, ये कहाँ जाएगा? This is a cost to us, which is to provide us benefit forever. And therefore, this 200 crore cost is going to go into the asset side as goodwill. And since no life can be attached to such goodwill, it's forever thing. Therefore, we don't amortize it. So इसलिए goodwill is this acquired goodwill, 99% of the time, we are talking about the acquired goodwill only, which appears in the balance sheet. So this type of goodwill which is appearing in the balance sheet is the acquired one, and we don't amortize it for the same reason we did not depreciate land. That is, they do not have a perfect life attached to them. ठीक है? Although there is a concept called impairment. Impairment is nothing but writing off of asset beyond the depreciation and amortization. ठीक है। डेप्रीशिएशन एमोटाइजेशन तो हम एक सिस्टमैटिक मेथड यूज कर लेते हैं कि भाई WDV यूज करना है या अपना क्या बोलते हैं उसको, WDV यूज करना है या SLM यूज करना है या कोई और मेथड यूज करना है. सो वी हैव अ सिस्टम डिफाइंड फॉर इट, राइट. बट कई बार क्या होता है कि मार्केट में कुछ बहुत मेजर चेंज आ गया जिसकी वजह से हम डिप्रिसिएशन एमोटाइजेशन तो नहीं करते, लेकिन फिर भी वो एसेट हमारी उस एसेट की वर्थ नहीं रह गई है, तो हम अननेसेसरीली एक इन्फ्लेटेड एसेट अपनी बैलेंस शीट में शो करके नहीं चलना चाहते. ठीक है, तो इस वजह से क्या होता है, उसका इम्पेयरमेंट किया जाता है. क्या किया जाता है? इम्पेयरमेंट किया जाता है. इम्पेयरमेंट हर एसेट पे चेक किया जाता है बिफोर डूइंग. ठीक है, और कुछ रूल्स है, हर स्टैंडर्ड के अपने रूल्स होते हैं, गैप है, IFRS है, कुछ है, सबके अपने रूल्स है कि कब इम्पेयरमेंट किया जाता है और कैसे किया जाता है. ठीक है, सो for you, you don't have to get into those rules or accounting standards. You can just know and remember that such kind of assets are also impaired, although amortization or depreciation is not done on such assets on which useful life cannot be identified. The best examples can be land and goodwill. ठीक है, so I hope impairment, depreciation, amortization में कुछ भी कमी नहीं है. Let's get back to our case study. So we have provided that land is there 7 million का, जिस पे हम depreciation charge नहीं करेंगे. capex है which we are incurring 4 million का, जिस पे 15% depreciation लगेगा. And we are also provided that the opening block is depreciated for the full year, while any additions during the year will be depreciated for half the year. कई बार ये कॉल लिया जाता है, ये assumption ली जाती है कि ओपनिंग ब्लॉक जो है, अगर हमारे पास कुछ पुराने एसेट्स चलते आ रहे हैं उस पे तो हम ओपनिंग ब्लॉक पे पूरा का पूरा डेप्रिसिएशन कर देते हैं. बट मिडिल ऑफ द ईयर में अगर कोई एसेट हमने खरीदा है तो इंस्टेड ऑफ डूइंग इट मंथ वाइज कि कितने मंथ के लिए वो एसेट हमारे पास था, उस पर कितना डेप्रिसिएशन लगना चाहिए, एक सिंपल सा हाफ डेप्रिसिएशन का कॉन्सेप्ट एक नॉर्म चलता है कि हमने अगर बिटवीन द ईयर अगर कोई भी एसेट न्यू एसेट परचेज किया है तो उस पर आधे साल का हम डेप्रिसिएशन लगा देंगे irrespective of the date or month in which we purchase the asset. Maintenance expense capex है which is going to be depreciated again by 15%, and this expenditure will be incurred at an interval of every 2 years after FY18. And the base cost of the maintenance expenditure as of today is 1.5 million. This is expected to escalate by 5%. So the applicable escalated expense would be incurred whenever maintenance expenditure is due. जब भी maintenance expenditure हम करेंगे, that is going to be 1.5 million plus 5% of it, जो कि हम करेंगे 2 years after FY18. ठीक है, एंड इसको भी हम WDV दैट इज रिटन डाउन वैल्यू बेसिस पे ही डेप्रिशिएट करेंगे ओपनिंग ब्लॉक फॉर द होल ईयर, व्हाइल एडिशंस विल बी डन फॉर हाफ ईयर. अगेन सेम कॉन्सेप्ट जो हमने केपेक्स के लिए लिया था. ठीक है, इसके बाद नेक्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन comes with respect to our capital structure. So we'll have 10 million as this is 10 what 10 million equity, everything was million only I believe, but यहाँ पे लिखा था million, यहाँ पे लिखा नहीं है. anyhow we'll look into it. equity 10 दिया हुआ है, senior debt will be 5, and this is going to be our debt to equity ratio. And the senior debt was drawn down on the first day, that is 1st April 2017. The key terms of this debt are as follows. 1st April 2017 को हमने ये डेट लिया है. There is a moratorium period of 2 years. Moratorium period मतलब कि एक ऐसा पीरियड जिसमें आपको प्रिंसिपल रीपेमेंट नहीं करना. कई बार बैंक्स ये मोरेटोरियम पीरियड दे देते हैं. इसमें उनका जो बेसिक एजेंडा होता है वो ये होता है कि जस्ट टू प्रमोट पीपल कि वो थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि इनिशियल इयर्स आर टफ फॉर अ न्यू बिजनेस. तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में समटाइम्स द मोरेटोरियम पीरियड इज गिवन, दैट इज फॉर 2 years. Bank is not asking for any principal repayment. Principal repayment will start after 2 years, and after 2 years we'll be paying off the principal in 3 equal installments, and this installment will be comprising only of the principal component. Interest would be separate. जो 2 साल हमने principal repayment नहीं भी करा उसमें भी interest component जरूर रहेगा. ठीक है, interest तो हमें pay करना ही है even in the initial 2 years. Interest payment would be there, but principal payment हमारा नहीं होगा. Principal payment हमारा 2 साल के बाद ही start होगा. Interest हम separately calculate करेंगे जिसका rate is 11%. ठीक है, interest to be computed and paid on average date during the year, which is going to be the sum of. तो हम अलग अलग एक principal के लिए एक अलग schedule बना लेंगे, interest के लिए एक अलग बना लेंगे. प्रिंसिपल के लिए हम 2 साल का मोरेटोरियम रख के फिर 3 इक्वल इंस्टॉलमेंट्स में पे ऑफ कर देंगे. 11% ऑफ द एवरेज लोन हम इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट शो कर देंगे. ठीक है, एंड आफ्टर दैट वी आल्सो हैव वर्किंग कैपिटल सिचुएशन हियर, दैट इज इन्वेंट्री वुड बी 30 days ऑफ वेरिएबल कॉस्ट. जितनी भी हमारी वेरिएबल कॉस्ट है उसका 30 days का हम इन्वेंट्री मानेंगे. डेटर्स वुड बी 15 days. अच्छा, थोड़े बहुत डेटर्स हैं हमारे पास, ऑल्दो पीछे लिखा था कि वी ट्राई टू हैव इट ऑन कैश ऑन डिलीवरी बेसिस ओनली, बट 15 दिन के फिर भी डेटर्स हमारे पास है. 15 days ऑफ सेल्स एंड 45 days ऑफ ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस वी हैव एज क्रेडिटर्स एज वेल. एंड द टैक्स रेट विच इज 34.6% ऑन द प्रॉफिट बिफोर टैक्स इज देयर. ठीक है, तो ये सारे इनपुट्स हमें प्रोवाइडेड है, चाहे सेल्स हो गई, चाहे हमारी ऑपरेशनल फिक्स्ड एंड वेरिएबल कॉस्ट हो गई, चाहे हमारे वर्किंग कैपिटल हो गए, चाहे फिक्स्ड एसेट्स हो गए, या उन पे डेप्रिसिएशन हो गया, या टैक्स रेट हो गया, या हमारा कैपिटल स्ट्रक्चर, उससे रिलेटेड इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट. ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन ऑलरेडी बेस वर्क तैयार है हमारे लिए. किस रेट से क्या चीज ग्रो करेगी, सैलरीज क्या रहेगी, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास है. We just have to work on it. So we'll be creating multiple sheets here. ठीक है, एक sheet पे maybe we can provide information regarding all our inputs in one sheet. Then there are going to be a lot of workings, be it with respect to working capital or depreciation or interest. हर चीज को लेकर के बहुत सारी working रहने वाली है. So we can have a separate sheet for workings. ठीक है, तो एक शीट रख लेंगे जहाँ पे हम अपने सारे इनपुट्स को अपने प्रॉपर जो हमारे को गाइडलाइंस दी गई है उसके हिसाब से एक प्रॉपर इनपुट शीट बना लेंगे. एंड देन वील हैव अ सेपरेट वर्किंग शीट, और वर्किंग शीट के बाद वी कैन हैव अ सेपरेट शीट फॉर द फाइनेंशियल्स वेयर विल क्रिएट ऑल द फाइनेंशियल, पे इट इनकम स्टेटमेंट, बैलेंस शीट और कैश फ्लो. ठीक है, तो वो बना लेंगे एक शीट पे. And lastly, if any checks are to be incorporated, we can do that in a separate sheet. So this is going to be the whole procedure with respect to creation of this model. ठीक है जी. So I hope the base work is clear. Any confusion so far? Anybody in anything? You can let me know.
Yes, Rhythm, I have a question. Actually, since we are, thinking to get a debt, then on
Right.
what basis we are, showing this debt structure and all? Because we are we are keen to have the debt only. Then what is the base of it?
So the base,
Percentage and
I
all?
think, if you read the case information, there they have mentioned that in, I think it's in the initial part only, you are required to set up a model. Before that line, the paragraph that we have in that, it says that you have spoken with some of your banker friends and concluded that you will be able to secure debt funding of approximately 5 million to help you with your initial investment, although it will require a detailed business plan in order to get the loan sanctioned. So we have inquired about it, and we have, मतलब कई बार क्या होता है ना, जैसे ये तो इस केस में तो they are saying friends का केस है, but even if it's not a friend, you're going through some relationship manager also, that person can give you a fair idea based upon the basic understanding that you have provided to the person regarding what business it is, what assets are there. So that person can provide you an idea कि भाई अच्छा आपके जो जो भी आपकी banking history है, credit history है, and based upon this business, you will be able to secure this much money. But in order to get the loan sanctioned, we will be needing a proper business plan for it. Getting the point? So that's how it must have proceeded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other doubt, anybody, with respect to the base work of this model? Nothing? चलो फिर एक काम करते हैं, let's have a break, ठीक है? और break के बाद we'll continue and we'll start working on the model. Let's see how much we will be able to complete today. जितना आज कर पाएंगे ठीक है, बाकी का we'll continue on Saturday. ठीक है? चलो. Then see you after the break, okay? CapEx part is not clear, Rizal. CapEx is basically the capital expenditure that we are doing for acquiring the fixed asset. So we have acquired some asset in the form of the renovation and everything that we've done on the shop. Those are actually, that cost is actually going to provide us some benefit for a longer period of time, and therefore it is referred to as a capital expenditure, CapEx. OpEx hota hai operating expenditure, which is done to run the operations. Capital expenditure hota hai CapEx, that we do to acquire some long-term assets which can give us some benefit for a longer period of time, and not just the mere day-to-day operations. Okay, Rizal? Okay. Chalo guys, see you after the break then. All right, guys. So I hope everyone is back now. Let's resume. So we'll be starting our workings of this model, right? So let me share my screen with you. It appears to be a little complex result, but इतना complex नहीं है, ठीक है? As far as the inputs and everything is concerned, इतना complex नहीं है. कुछ छोटी मोटी चीजों पे हो सकता है, but overall I would say इतना ज़्यादा complex नहीं है. Although जो comprehensive, देखो मॉडल बनाते हुए ना हमें बहुत ही comprehensive formulas यूज करने पड़ते हैं, ठीक है? वी हैव टू यूज अ लॉट ऑफ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव फॉर्मूले जो कि कोई भी ईयर हो, कुछ भी स्पेसिफिकेशंस ऑफ द ईयर हो, तब भी वो काम आ जाए हमारे, ठीक है? तो उस पर्सपेक्टिव से हो सकता है थोड़ी सी एडेड डिफिकल्टीज आए या कॉम्प्लिकेशंस आए, बट अदरवाइज होल इन होल इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है जितना कि अपेयर करता है, ठीक है? इजी है वैसे तो. स्टेप बाय स्टेप चलेंगे, एक एक स्टेप में आपको क्लैरिटी आती रहेगी, ठीक है? चलो. So we'll be working on this model. सबसे पहले तो we need to have a separate sheet for our inputs. ठीक है? एक अलग से शीट प्रिपेयर करते हैं हम, जहाँ पर हम अपने सारे इनपुट्स को मेंशन कर देंगे, ठीक है? एक और शीट बनाएंगे जिसपे हम अपनी सारी वर्किंग्स या कैलकुलेशंस को रेफर कर देंगे, ठीक है? एक और शीट बनाएंगे जिसमें हम अपने सारे फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स यहाँ पर प्रिपेयर कर देंगे, और एक लास्ट शीट हम बनाएंगे विद रिस्पेक्ट टू चेक्स. सारी आज नहीं बनेगी, डोंट वरी. आज आई एम थिंकिंग इनपुट शीट एंड वर्किंग्स वाली शीट का थोड़ा बहुत अगर कुछ कर पाए. इनपुट शीट तक तो हम कंप्लीट कर ही लेंगे. वर्किंग्स देखते हैं एज पर टाइम परमिशन कितना रहता है, कितना हम उसको कर पाते हैं. इतना ही आज के लिए टारगेट है, बाकी का नेक्स्ट वीकेंड कंप्लीट होगा, ठीक है? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड दिस मॉडल एंड लास्ट मॉडल एवरीथिंग विल बी वाइंडेड अप, right? So these are primarily the 4 sheets that we need to work upon. Let's start with the input sheet. Input sheet में देखो सबसे पहले तो what are we required to do? We are required to give out all our inputs. ठीक है? जो हमारे को यहाँ पर बेसिकली जो मॉडल के फॉर्मेट में दिए हुए थे वो तो बहुत ही बेसिक फॉर्मेट में दिए गए थे, राइट? मॉडल के फॉर्मेट में तो बहुत ही बेसिक फॉर्मेट में हमारे पास थे. इनफैक्ट किसी फॉर्मेट में ही नहीं थे, वो पैराग्राफ एंड लाइनर फॉर्मेट में थे. हम उसको प्रॉपर इस तरीके से स्ट्रक्चर बना देना चाहते हैं इन दिस पर्टिकुलर शीट कि हमारे को मॉडल में चाहे वर्किंग करते हुए चाहे फाइनेंशियल क्रिएट करते हुए कहीं पर भी हमारे को उन इनपुट्स की अगर रिक्वायरमेंट आती है तो इजी रेफरेंस पॉइंट के लिए हमारे पास एक शीट रहनी चाहिए, ठीक है? तो हमने सारे इनपुट्स यहाँ पर लिखने वाले हैं, ठीक है? अभी उसके लिए हमारे को पूरा फॉर्मेट भी क्रिएट करना है फ्रॉम द स्क्रैच इटसेल्फ, ठीक है? तो सबसे पहले तो वी विल हैव द मेजर हेडिंग ऑफ दिस इनपुट शीट, ठीक है? तो मेजर हेडिंग में देखो यहाँ पर लेट्स हैव इट इन raw format, as in let's not have this grid line system here. जनरली आपको मॉडल्स विदाउट ग्रिड लाइंस दिखेंगे, जैसे इन्होंने अभी यहाँ पर लिखा था तो सब कुछ विदाउट ग्रिड लाइंस था. So we'll also वर्क ऑन विदाउट ग्रिड लाइंस ओनली, ठीक है। तो हम सब में से हटा देते हैं अपने ग्रिड लाइंस। वर्किंग से भी वील रिमूव द ग्रिड लाइन, एसएस ऑल्सो एंड चेक्स ऑल्सो, ठीक है। इनपुट्स पे वापस आ जाते हैं। अब इनपुट्स में बेसिकली हमें क्या क्या प्रोवाइड करना है, सबसे पहले वो देखते हैं। अच्छा, हमारे को सारी चीजें प्रोवाइडेड है कि भाई किसकी क्या विड्थ होनी चाहिए, ये चीज भी हमारे को प्रोवाइडेड थी ऐसे तो, राइट। अलाइनमेंट क्या होनी चाहिए, मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स की आई थिंक अलाइनमेंट तो हमारी सेंटर ही थी, राइट। लेट मी से सब चीजों की सेंटर अलाइनमेंट है, ठीक है ना, मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स। as far as the vertical alignment is concerned, horizontally थोड़ा बहुत राइट लेफ्ट टाइप्स है। रिजल्ट अभी तो कुछ भी नहीं किया है, अभी तो सिंपली हमने इन बेसिकली क्या किया है, इनपुट शीट बनाई है और वर्किंग शीट और एसएस एंड चेक शीट बनाई है, और सब में से आप व्यू पे जाके ग्रिड लाइंस रिमूव कर सकते हो। तो वी क्रिएटेड 4 different sheets on which we have to work and we've just removed the grid lines with respect to that। सिर्फ इतना ही किया अभी हमने, और हम अपने इनपुट्स पे काम करना शुरू कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। So going back to our model guidelines, we have provided the column A should have a width of 3, column B 4.41, C is 3 and then D is 69, ऐसे करके अपने को provided है। So I think this will be followed in all the 4 sheets that we have। सब में यही हमारा जो फॉर्मेट है वो रहने वाला है, ठीक है। So we need to define the width of this column, right। हर कॉलम की इनफैक्ट हमारे को विड्थ डिफाइन करनी है सबसे पहले तो, ठीक है। कर सकते हैं आप विड्थ डिफाइन। कॉलम की विड्थ डिफाइन करनी है। सिंपली हम क्या करेंगे, विल गो टू द पर्टिकुलर कॉलम जिसकी विड्थ हमारे को डिफाइन करनी है एंड विल गो टू फॉर्मेट, ठीक है। फॉर्मेट में हम जाएंगे विच इज देयर इन द होम सेक्शन। उसमें आपको बता रहे हैं कि रो की हाइट क्या होनी चाहिए, ऑटो फिट, कॉलम विड्थ, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे हमारे पास कॉलम विड्थ का ऑप्शन आ रहा है, ठीक है। सेल साइज भी है वैसे तो, बट उसमें सेल साइज में वी हैव टू रेफर टू कॉलम विड्थ। तो कॉलम विड्थ में हम जाएंगे, वहां पर वी नीड टू स्पेसिफाई द विड्थ। कितनी विड्थ थी हमारे कॉलम की?
Rhythm, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you, but your screen is not visible.
Oh, my screen is not visible. Okay, just a minute. I don't know how it got unshared. All right. So first and foremost thing would be define the width of all our columns. ठीक है, एक एक कॉलम की width है। So what we can do is we can just select, right select and format cells में भी जा सकते हैं वैसे तो हम, ठीक है। या फिर दूसरा वे है कि we just select the column and in the home tab we go to this format and in this format directly cell size में जाता है, वहाँ पे हम we go to the column width and in the column width we have to provide with the width of the column जो कि कितनी दी हुई है हमारे को, it was I cannot change it like this. So the width is 3. ठीक है, so let's do that. इसको हम basically format में column width में we set it as 3 and this is there for all the sheets. ठीक है, तो एक काम करते हैं, पहले width define कर देते हैं सारे applicable columns की in all the sheets. ठीक है, तो B के लिए क्या है, we have 4.14 for B. ठीक है, so again we'll select B, we'll go to the column width and 4 point कितना था 14 4.14. Then for C we have 3 again. We'll go to inputs, we'll select the C column, we'll go to format and then column width में again we'll have 3 and okay. ठीक है, D के लिए we have 69.14. So select D, format, column width 69.14 and okay. ठीक है, then we have for E 29.14. We'll go to E format, कितना था 29.14 was there. Then 16 for F. Then we have 16 for G as well. Then H onwards, it is 12.86. So H till O. So this much is 12.86. Okay. And then we have 4.29 for O. .29 for the O column. Okay. And then it says P and onwards 0 width. P and onwards it says. I don't think we have to do anything about that. ठीक है, because हमारा डेटा खत्म हो जाएगा basically that is what we are saying. उसके बाद हम पूरा एंड तक थोड़ी ना उसको जीरो आउट कर सकते हैं शीट में, right? So let's just ignore that. So this is what we have. Are you able to define the column width, everyone? ठीक है, same applies to all the sheets as well. Yeah, result for all the sheets, what we'll have to do is we'll have to set the default width to that particular width itself. Like if for example A का हमने set करना है, we selected A and if we go, just a minute, ये आपका chat box ना इधर उधर anyhow. हाँ, तो हमने A को select किया, we go to format there. In the column width, we have a default width. If we set this default width to 3 and press OK, तो नहीं आए, बाकी में नहीं आए, सिर्फ इनपुट वाले में ही आई है। होना तो डिफॉल्ट विथ से ही चाहिए। Standard column width specified as 3, then okay. In working, it's not working. There may be some other way to do that. I was also thinking the same actually. We'll have to check why it is not working. It should work. Yeah, grouping the sheets can be another way to do that. You can try doing it, Raman, if it's working. If it is working, then only we'll do it. आप एक बार try करके देख लो. ठीक है, meanwhile 2 मिनट लगेंगे, बाकी सबकी भी डाल ही देते हैं. इसका कुछ शॉर्टकट देखूंगी मैं. डिफॉल्ट वाला पता नहीं क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा. We'll have to check regarding that. Otherwise default में हो जाना चाहिए था काम. We'll look into it. बाकी अभी के लिए we can fill in the stuff. B की width कितनी थी? B की it was 4.14. So yeah, same format needed. Yes, Gitanjali, that's the easiest jugaad I think we can do. That's the best one. We can copy paste the sheet. It would work best. हाँ, format painter भी सही है, ये जुगाड़ better है. I don't know why it didn't click my mind right now. But हाँ, ये सब ठीक है. Format painter or grouping or just copying the sheet. That's perfectly fine. ठीक है. In fact, if you are interested in doing all this, there are going to be other things also. ठीक है. So maybe we can just delete these workings FSN check sheet for now and complete the input sheet first as far as the format of the sheet is concerned, and then we can maybe copy paste the format to other sheets because some more things are going to be constant in other sheets as well. ठीक है. So we'll see, पहले एक बार input sheet पे ही focus करते हैं फिर, and we'll see how we can reproduce the same thing over the other sheets. Okay. So first and foremost thing, we have the width for inputs. Let's focus just on the input sheet for now. Forget about the other sheets for now. Let's focus upon the input sheet. ठीक है. तो input sheet में बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो हमारे को स्पेसिफाई करनी है. ठीक है. सबसे पहले तो we will be having the minor headings, the major headings. ठीक है. So let's specify all the minor headings that we'll have first. ठीक है. एक second, I have a lot of extra things open now. Let me clear my desktop. Let me. Yeah. So starting with the headings of the input sheet, first thing we require here is going to be with respect to the formats. कि क्या क्या formats है वो सब हम यहाँ पर specify कर देंगे. Right? So we can have a serial number for our respective headings that we'll be using. First will be for the model format. ठीक है, तो पहला हमारा हेडिंग हो गया विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मॉडल फॉर्मेट, एंड ऑफ कोर्स D column is the longest one that we have, right? So these every heading that we are specifying may have some inputs attached to them regarding whatever we are going to be doing in the whole model. ठीक है, तो हमने simply अपने inputs specify करना है यहाँ पर और कुछ नहीं करना. While specifying inputs, we need to be careful about the format that we have to use for the input thing. ठीक है, तो format अभी कर लेंगे. पहले से specify all our inputs here. तो अगर आप अपने मॉडल गाइडलाइन में जाओगे तो पहली चीज आपको क्या प्रोवाइडेड है रिगार्डिंग योर इनपुट, दैट इज योर रेवेन्यू. से भी पहले यू आर प्रोवाइडेड विद द वेरियस फॉर्मेट्स दैट वील बी यूजिंग. ठीक है, जैसे कि मिलियंस, करोड़, लैक्स, थाउजेंड्स, मंथ्स, ईयर्स, की स्टार्ट डेट, मॉडल डेट, ऑपरेशनल डेट. फर्स्ट अभी तो रेवेन्यू की कहानी बाद में शुरू होगी, पहले हमें इन सब चीजों को एक प्रॉपर मैनर में यहाँ पर डिपिक्ट करना है. ठीक है, तो सबसे पहला स्टेप क्या रहने वाला है, टू स्पेसिफाई कि क्या क्या पॉसिबल फॉर्मेट्स है जो हम इस मॉडल में यूज करने वाले हैं. ठीक है, जैसे देयर इज गोइंग टू बी some numbers, there are going to be percentages, there are going to be dates, right? तो वो सारी चीजें हमारे को यहाँ पर स्पेसिफाई करनी है कि क्या क्या फॉर्मेट है. कोई भी अगर इनपुट सेल होता है, सबसे पहले तो हम ये स्पेसिफाई करेंगे कि कोई भी अगर इनपुट सेल होता है तो उसका क्या फॉर्मेट रहने वाला है. ठीक है, सबसे पहले वी नीड टू स्पेसिफाई दैट. तो कोई भी अगर इनपुट सेल होता है तो उसका क्या फॉर्मेट है. अगर आप देखोगे अपने मॉडल गाइडलाइन में तो देयर यू विल फाइंड रिगार्डिंग द इनपुट सेल, maybe in the case it was, but somewhere I read regarding the specific how we have to report our inputs. कहा गया वो पार्ट. हाँ, यहाँ पे set your column cell formats to be set using cell styles in Excel. Range names and model timelines are given in table 2 ABC. Yeah, this one I was talking about कि input अगर हमारा है तो उसका हमारा alignment and font size, font style, font color, ये सारी चीजें स्पेसिफाइड है कि किस तरीके से हमने उसको रिपोर्ट करना है. मतलब इट हैज टू हैव अ ग्रीन कलर फिलिंग इनटू इट. ठीक है, कोई भी अगर इनपुट होता है तो उसमें ग्रीन कलर की फिलिंग होनी चाहिए. एंड कोई नंबर होता है तो उसमें ये सारी font style should be 10, font size should be regular, Arial होना चाहिए font. ये सारी बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन. इट शुड बी font color should also be green. तो ये सारी चीजें हमारे को यहाँ पर स्पेसिफाई करनी है. ठीक है, सिंपल तरीके से, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत ही वेग तरीके से दी हुई है. हम उसको थोड़ा सा और ऑर्गेनाइज करते हुए सिंपल तरीके से, ताकि कोई अगर इनपुट शीट को देखे तो दैट पर्सन कैन गेस कि एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पर क्या चल रहा है. ऑफकोर्स हम एक जगह पर ये कर देंगे सारे फॉर्मेट्स फिक्स, ताकि when we are preparing stuff and we have to refer to stuff, हम सीधा फॉर्मेट पेंटर या किसी चीज के थ्रू उनको कॉपी कर सकते हैं. we don't have to do the formatting again and again. ठीक है, तो इनपुट सेल अगर हमारा कोई भी है, ये हम क्यों कर रहे हैं. सबसे पहले तो yes, we can put conditional formatting into work as well, Dipanshu. बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं. And before we do that, the reason why we are doing this, क्यों हम कर रहे हैं इतना formatting पे, क्यों हम fixate कर रहे हैं? We are doing this because for a layman or a person with no time, like an investor or a bank person who is there to invest some money, that person does not have much time to sit and relax and give time on a model. तो उसके लिए मतलब एक bird's eye view से ही everything should be clear and very segregated. Like उसको पता है कि अगर input है तो green color का होगा, एक symmetry दिख रही है, be it with respect to the column width or the format we are using or the font we are using, font size we are using. There is some symmetry there, so presentation wise it's good. And secondly, अगर एक proper symmetry regarding differentiation between the actual data, the forecasted data, the input outputs, उसमें अगर एक color या एक किसी चीज का combination अगर होगा, एक specific identification होगी, तो फिर एक रीडर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वो चीजें बहुत इजी टू इंटरप्रेट एंड अंडरस्टैंड एंड रीड हो जाती है. दैट्स द ओनली बेनिफिट वी गेट बाय डूइंग दिस वर्क ऑन द फॉर्मेट. ठीक है ना? सो या इनपुट सेल्स किस किस चीज के रिगार्डिंग हमारे पास पहले तो फॉर्मेट्स रहने वाले, इनपुट सेल्स के रिगार्डिंग रहने वाले हैं. देन स्पेसिफिकली फॉर द नंबर इनपुट, ठीक है, नंबर इनपुट के लिए चाहिए कि नंबर इनपुट है तो उसका क्या फॉर्मेट होगा. देन इफ इट्स अ परसेंटेज तो उसका क्या फॉर्मेट होगा. हर चीज के लिए जनरल इनपुट, नंबर इनपुट, परसेंटेज, इसके अलावा डेट हो सकती है. तो डेट इनपुट फॉर्मेट क्या रहेगा, वी नीड टू स्पेसिफाई दैट एज वेल. ठीक है. इसके अलावा इफ यू आर रेफरिंग टू द सेम शीट और अ डिफरेंट शीट, उसके रिगार्डिंग भी हमारे पास कुछ स्पेसिफिक आइडियाज है कि किस तरीके से प्रेजेंटेशन होनी चाहिए, ताकि किसी को देखते साथ पता चल जाए कि अच्छा ये रेफरेंस जो हुई है ये सेम शीट से हुई है, ये डिफरेंट शीट से हुई है. ठीक है, इतना हम चीजों का ध्यान रख रहे हैं. ठीक है. तो इन शीट रेफरेंसिंग के लिए हम क्या फॉर्मेटिंग यूज करेंगे और आउटशीट रेफरेंसिंग के लिए हम क्या फॉर्मेट यूज करेंगे, दैट वी कैन सी. ठीक है. इसके अलावा किसी सेल को हमने अगर ब्लॉक कर रखा है इनपुट के लिए, मतलब कुछ चीजें तो बहुत एक्स्ट्रा है एंड फॉर फॉर्मेलिटी हो जाती है. ठीक है, जिसको हम यूज भी नहीं करने वाले होते, जस्ट फॉर फॉर्मेलिटी. एक स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड एक फॉर्म चल रहा है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था कि कंपनीज में यूजुअली बहुत ही स्टैंडर्डाइज प्री डिफाइंड मॉडल्स चलते हैं, राइट. तो कई चीजें तो ऐसी होगी जस्ट फॉर फॉर्मेलिटी. आपको पता ही है हाउ थिंग्स आर डन जस्ट फॉर फॉर्मेलिटी in companies. So financial modeling is also not different. So there will be few things which will be just for formality, and there will be few things which will make a lot of sense and they will help us make a concrete model. ठीक है. तो कुछ formality वाली items है ये, जैसे cells, block, for input. ठीक है. And then we have cells contains deviant formula. ठीक है. अभी हम कुछ चीजें जस्ट लिख सकते हैं, कुछ चीजें आपको साथ साथ भी समझ आएगी, कुछ चीजें फॉर्मेलिटी के लिए भी होगी. तो यू कैन जस्ट राइट इट डाउन राइट नाउ. सेल्स कंटेनिंग डिविडेंड फॉर्मूला. ठीक है. इसके बाद आउटपुट सेल को बेसिकली एक अलग से हम एक डिफरेंशिएटेड फॉर्मेटिंग देना चाहते हैं ताकि वी कैन नो just by looking at it कि input कौन है और output कौन सा है. So output main जो सबसे ज़्यादा important है ना इसमें से वो है आपका input cell and output cell का format. बाकी सब तो पता ही है, इन सब में भी सिमिलर रहेगा. इट वुड बी जस्ट कि आप डेट में डेट का फॉर्मेट डाल दोगे, नंबर में नंबर का डाल दोगे, डेट में डेट का डाल दोगे. सो अदरवाइज होल इन होल द फॉर्मेट विल बी द सेम, राइट. एंड देन वी ऑल्सो हैड फ्यू थिंग्स. यही सब है जिनके रिगार्डिंग हमारे को फॉर्मेट अपने डिफाइन करके चलने हैं. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, इफ यू गो टू द मॉडल गाइडलाइंस, so model guidelines में another thing that we can observe here is these. So this all information should also be there in our input sheet. ठीक है, तो यही सब information हमारे को चाहिए. We can just copy paste them also. इसको हम यहाँ पर काम करते हैं. Let's just copy paste it. ठीक है, we don't need this heading. We just need the reference of these things here. Yeah. What else do we need? Okay, so let's just fill in these things before we move forward with our next set. देखो हमने यहाँ पर अपना बिल्कुल बहुत ही बेस वर्क तैयार कर दिया. उसके बाद बेसिकली dates and timelines को हम accommodate कर लेंगे. And then everything starting from revenue to the cost, to the depreciation, to the interest, to the tax, everything will have to be mentioned in this input sheet following the proper structures and formats. यही ऑब्जेक्टिव है. मुझे लग रहा है आज यही हो पाएगा. नेवरदलेस कोई बात नहीं, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड पे हम वर्क करेंगे फिर मॉडल पे, क्रिएटिंग ऑल द अदर शीट्स एज वेल. Okay. So next, let's just define the format. क्या दिया हुआ है input cells के regarding what format is provided to us. So if it's an input cell, any input cell for that matter, the format obviously percentage के लिए percentage हो जाएगा. Input number के लिए ये provide कर रहा है text के format में. Text format आ रहा है and number format है actually, but ऊपर text लिखा हुआ है, but it's a number format. We can use simple number format also. There's no hard and fast that we have to cut, copy, paste the whole thing. And बाकी सब चीजें तो I think synchronized है. Green color is common font color for it is green. For fill and the filling color is also green, but the font color is also green, but there is some difference regarding the number of the color. It's 176 and 80 for RGB, and here it's 228 and 188. And उसकी border भी provide करनी है with respect to it being a dotted border. ठीक है, तो यानी अगर हम simple level पे करके देखें input cells में, तो input cells में it is going to be a dotted border. So borders में we can pick the dotted border. Do we have the option for it? Line style में we'll do it dotted. सबको थोड़ी ना करना था. ये क्या हो गया? Okay. just with respect to this thing. So if we have a border here, so yeah, it's done. So dotted border हमारे को चाहिए एक तो, और दूसरा क्या था? The second thing was with respect to the color, right? So the color is green, but there are some specific RGB guidelines given to us with respect to the green color we need to implement here, right? Okay, so if we go to this fill, okay, we can just go to format cells also for this thing, and for format alignment में क्या क्या दिया हुआ था? General थी I think for the horizontal, and एक second, I'll have to open a separate sheet so that I don't have to refer to it again and again. It is not letting. तो ये तो गलत बात है. Okay, so basically we have to specify all this general, center. The font size is going to be regular. Font style is 10. Can anybody tell while I'm putting in? Can anybody just tell whatever inputs are there? We go to the alignment in the horizontal, it's general. Vertical maybe alignment is center, right? Center for vertical and center for horizontal as well. And then in the font, it's Arial. Font style is regular. Font size कितना दिया हुआ है? 10 ही दिया हुआ है, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Border we've already specified separately. Then we go to the fill thing, and in the fill we have to fill the color. We go to more, and in custom we can specify the RGB factors which are specified to us. So filling के लिए क्या RGB factors थे?
It's 216, green 216.
Okay, green is 216.
Yeah. 228,
228,
188.
188.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for the filling. Thank you.
So
So we've specified the color for the filling. Border, we needed an outline border which is
it's dotted.
here. Okay, so that we've done, font and everything. Just the font color is not specified. So in case of font color also we need to specify exactly what RGB combination is given.
It is specified. It's RGB 0,
0,
176, 80, green.
176 and
8.
80.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We specified everything: font color, background color, borders, the font style, alignment, everything. We can just specify simply by right clicking on the cell and going to format cell. How did we get the border? You go to the border in format cells itself. You go to the border, and in the border, like here, there is this dotted border selected. First, it would be none. You have to select outline, and outline may you just select the dotted border and then OK. Okay. Okay, so this is how we have identified for our input cells. Okay, this is going to be the format, exact format for our input cells. Okay, and apart from that, if we have to look at the input number 1, %1 इनपुट डेट, ये 4 चीजें हमने स्पेसिफाई करनी है, राइट? सो सबके रिस्पेक्ट पे कुछ चेंजेस है, so we can just copy paste the format also and make the respective changes wherever applicable, like the font color, the fill color, the everything is same. It is just that the format will change, and the alignment, horizontal alignment is different. ये दोनों changes है, बाकी सब same ही है. So we can just copy paste the format. We can use format painter for that. Okay, you can use format painter. And one more is there. Okay, so I use just the format painter to copy paste the format, and then I can right click, go to, or I can first specify the specific format I want it to be. So for the number thing, it is specifying something. If, if you go to the format cells, here in the number, it is number only, right? It is specifying something, I don't know, but I think numbers should work fine for it. And in percentage, we can have this percentage format. In date, we can definitely have a date format to it. I don't know. You can't see my screen right now? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Yes, that is what I was thinking. This that is what I was thinking कि ये कुछ custom related ही लग रहा है जो ये लिखा है, that is particular to custom only. If you want to be very efficient, we can visit the custom thing for it, and इसके अंदर specifically जो लिखा था, we can match it over here. कौन सा था? I don't remember. It was this one. Which one is it? Is it this one? This one. This one, I think. नहीं यार, red है ना बीच में तो. So it's either this one or this one or this one. So the customer, if you want to match it exactly. Which one do you think is closest? If we don't see anything closest, then copy paste here. I'm not able to find anything closest to it, so I think we can just copy paste it over here. Go into the custom and then select. It's not giving a copy paste option here. Yeah, resolve just a minute. एक बार ये number format वाला issue resolve हो जाए. It's not giving a option to copy paste. So you'll have to type it out. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. Therefore, I did not go to customs also because I don't think it is going to make any difference. It's just that if we want to be very extra efficient, we are abiding by it. But otherwise, I don't think it is going to make a lot of difference to anything, our calculation or our presentation. Anyhow, if you're not able to find any, I'm just trying to fill it manually because it's not giving an option to copy paste also. Okay. So I tried doing that, Gitanjali, but it wasn't working. It wasn't giving me an option to paste it. So that's why I typed in manually. ठीक है तो नंबर डाल दिया अभी so either you can put this format manually or try copy pasting it into custom thing if it's working fine for you. ठीक है और इसके अलावा इनपुट सेल में और क्या डिफरेंस है इनपुट नंबर में we have horizontal alignment as right indent. ठीक है so that's what we can do. We can just revisit the format cell and alignment में horizontal alignment में we can have right indent filled. ठीक है बाकी everything is same. That's it. And I think there was another query by Resolve. Fill and format font. Okay, Resolve for the fill and format you just need to right click and go to format cells. वहाँ पर आपको font में जाना है तो font में Arial, regular and 10 पे आपने रहने देना है. Color में जाके you have to go to more colors. More colors में custom पे जाओगे. Custom में जो RGB factors हमें दिए गए हैं regarding the font वो fill करोगे. That is 0, 176 and 80. When you press OK and it is done. ठीक है and for the fill also same thing. Go to fill, you go to more colors and in more colors you go to custom and in customs you fill in the RGB that is 216, 228 and 188 and then OK. How to copy format? I used format painter. ठीक है so if you want to copy this format you just click on it, you press on the format painter and then you go to the separate cell and control V, that is you just paste it, the format gets carried pasted. ठीक है so this number input format is there. I think we are through with these two fully. And then in percentage, we converted into percentage. That is one thing. And it is up to 1 decimal as well. That we can make sure that it is as per 1 decimal only. And the horizontal alignment has to be right indent for the date as well. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे देख लेते हैं, हमने यहाँ पर इसको भी हमें डेट स्पेसिफाई करना है. So we can either do it here itself or we can go to format cells, and format cells में जहाँ पर नंबर में हम गए हैं वहाँ पर we have to select date, and date में it has to be dd MMY. ठीक है, so we'll just make sure that it's date, month and year format that is appearing, and it's 14th March, right? So I think this is date, month and year format. And is it? Yeah, so we'll just have that format, and this also has to be right indented. So again, format cells में ही alignment में horizontal alignment has to be right indent. ठीक है, and okay. कितना इंडेंट होना चाहिए एटलीस्ट ये नहीं स्पेसिफाइड है, राइट इंडेंट होना चाहिए. तो हमने नंबर, परसेंटेज एंड डेट में राइट इंटेंट डालना है. ठीक है, दैट यू कैन सी हियर ऑल्सो. यहाँ पे आपका सेंटर इंटेंट आ रहा है इनपुट सेल्स में, एंड राइट आ रहा है नंबर, परसेंटेज एंड डेट में. डेट में नहीं आ रहा, डेट में आप कर दो, राइट इंडेंट होना चाहिए इसका. ठीक है, फिल अगेन, फिल रिजॉल्व. आप फॉर्मेट सेल्स में फिल पे जाओगे, फिल में मोर कलर्स में जाओगे, मोर कलर्स में कस्टम में यू हैव टू स्पेसिफाई दीज वैल्यूज फॉर योर RGB. डन गाइस, यहाँ तक हो गया सबका. आर वी ऑन द सेम पेज टिल नाउ? एनी कंफ्यूजन सो फार? ठीक है, रिजॉल्व हो गया आपका, रिजॉल्व जो भी इशू था. आर वी गाइस डूइंग दिस पार्ट or are we through with it? What's the status? Please let me know. Okay, great. Okay, Shivangi. Date date format cell. डेट फॉर्मेट सेल में आपको क्या देखना है? इसमें एक तो आपका दिस विल बी डेट में इट हैज टू बी डेट, आई थिंक डी है ना, तो 031412 वाला हम सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे. अलाइनमेंट में हॉरिजॉन्टल वुड बी राइट इंडेंट एंड वर्टिकल वुड बी सेंटर. And font, everything will be same, just the color will be set in a similar manner that we did otherwise. Border भी similar रहेगी, तो आप सब कुछ format painter से copy paste कर सकते हो, and then you can just specify the date format and alignment में right indent. These are the two changes that you will be required to do. Rest would be the same. Okay. सो इनपुट फॉर्मेट्स हमारे क्या रहने वाले हैं, ये आ गया. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट पे चलते हैं. इन शीट रेफरेंसिंग के लिए क्या फॉर्मेट रिक्वायर्ड है. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट दैट. इन शीट रेफरेंसिंग के लिए जनरल फॉर्मेट रहेगा सेंटर सेंटर L10. नाउ इट इज गोइंग टू बी ब्लैक 000. फिल नहीं करना, बॉर्डर भी नहीं चाहिए, तो बहुत सिंपल है, कर सकते हैं हम. We'll go to inputs, general, and everything will be center. RGB will be 0. ठीक है. So we can again go to the format cells. In this we can have general, alignment center center for both horizontal and vertical, font Arial regular 10, and in this color में black ही रहेगा. more colors में custom में जाके you can check कि RGB हमारा 0 आ रहा है, because of course मतलब ये RGB का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है कि रेड ग्रीन और ब्लू की कॉम्बिनेशन से हम कोई भी कलर बना सकते हैं. सो इन ब्लैक देयर इज नो कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ R, G और B. ठीक है, दैट्स व्हाई इट्स 0. एंड फिल भी नहीं करना है, बॉर्डर भी नहीं चाहिए, तो सब कुछ बाकी ओके. सिर्फ जनरल डालना था एंड अलाइनमेंट को सेंटर करना था, दैट्स इट. ठीक है, so that's in sheet referencing for us. And ऐसे ही we also have the off sheet और out sheet referencing. उसके लिए भी general है. In sheet referencing is basically where we are doing some cell referencing within the same sheet or outside of the same sheet. So वो एक डिस्टिंग्विशिंग फैक्टर है कि मतलब रेफरेंसिंग हम करते हैं तो कई बार सिमिलर सेम शीट से होती है, कई बार शीट के बाहर से होती है. ठीक है. सो ऑफ शीट के लिए या आउट ऑफ द शीट के लिए बेसिकली जनरल सेंटर सेंटर एरियल 10 ग्रीन है इस बारी. ठीक है. सो वी हैव अ फॉन्ट कलर डिफरेंस, रेस्ट एवरीथिंग इज सेम. सो आप इसको आउट शीट या ऑफ शीट कुछ भी बोल सकते हो. ठीक है. तो यहाँ पर we can again go to our format cells. In the number it is going to be general, alignment is going to be center. ठीक है, alignment हम center रखेंगे and font में everything will remain the same, it's just the color which will change. So what is the RGB combination here, can anybody tell?
It's 017680.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have a font color here. ठीक है, ये भी हो गया है. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट पे आते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज रिगार्डिंग द ब्लॉक फॉन्ट, block for input format, that is again general center center Arial 10. This one is going to be black for the font and there is going to be some fill of green. So I think it is very similar to our in sheet referencing. It's just that one thing is different here, and that is the fill, which is 51 51 0. right? तो हम एक काम कर सकते हैं, we can just have this format which we had in sheet 1. We can just copy paste here. ठीक है, इसको हम यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है यार? I don't know what's happening. We have this in sheet. We just copy paste the format and we move to this 20th row. That's it. Okay. So we've copy pasted the format for this one. And here, what extra we have to provide? We have to provide with one setting more. That is with respect to the fill, which is 51510. Thanks. 51510. So we have it. ठीक है. इसके बाद next what do we have? Different from adjacent. Same. Font color white and background green. I don't think we have specified anything. Acha, this is the same as the dividend formula that we had. तो एक ये भी specify कर देते हैं. ठीक है. क्या फर्क है इसमें? It is very similar. It's just the font color and fill which is different, and there is some dotted border as well, right? ठीक है, इसको लिख ही देते हैं हम. So here we'll have format cells. It's the general one. Alignment is center. And font is simple. I think border is this one. Outline border is there. ठीक है. And font में color का यार एक बार बता दोगे? What is the font color and fill color in this case?
It's 255 for all three for font color.
Okay, thanks.
And for fill, yeah, it's 017680.
017680.
It's for fill.
It's 255 for all, na? Font
This
color?
is for, yeah.
Okay. And fill colors 017680.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. This is the format we have for this thing. ठीक है. And then finally for the output thing, we again have the similar format as we had for number. ठीक है, वही वाला format रहेगा. Right indent, center, everything same. It's just that for font color we'll have something different. Fill is going to be something different. Apart from that, बाकी सब same as the previous one है. ठीक है ना। तो ठीक है, आउटपुट सेल में वी कैन जस्ट कॉपी पेस्ट द नंबर 1 नंबर फॉर्मेट। नंबर फॉर्मेट को अगर हम यहाँ पर कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं and we do some changes here, changes with respect to the font, which is basically 255 each, and for the fill thing we have 79, 98 and 40. Then okay, so this is it, I think. Font is bold for output. Okay, thanks. ठीक है, बोल्ड किस किस के लिए है? इनफैक्ट आउटपुट के लिए और चेक के लिए। चेक कभी हमने डाला नहीं है, तो बाकी सब चीजें हो गई हमारी। अपार्ट फ्रॉम चेक आई थिंक ऑल दी फॉर्मेट्स आर स्पेसिफाइड हियर। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट इज आर रेंज नेम एंड पैरामीटर वैल्यूज। तो इसके लिए भी हम बेसिकली टेक्निकली अगर देखें तो ये सब हमारे इनपुट्स ही तो है ना कहीं दे विल बी यूज्ड एज इनपुट्स ओनली। तो फॉर नाउ इनपुट से इनपुट नंबर है, इनफैक्ट सब में नंबर है। तो आई थिंक नंबर इनपुट वाला जो हमारा फॉर्मेट है दैट शुड बी अप्लाइड टू ऑल ऑफ दीज सेल्स। ठीक है, तो सब पे हमने नंबर इनपुट वाला डाल दिया है। ठीक है, एंड I think that's it with respect to the formatting part for now, at least. Abhi we can move forward. Which one you want me to show it again, Ishan? What do you want me to show it again? The copy paste I did. So you just go to the number input format and you select this format painter, and then you go to these cells and select all the cells, and just that's it. It will automatically get the format. ठीक है, अब हम एक काम करते हैं, नेक्स्ट टाइमलाइन डेट स्पेसिफाई करनी होगी। क्या हमारी बेसिकली टाइमलाइन है मॉडल की, दैट इज द सेकंड पार्ट अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल आर मॉडल फॉर्मेट। so we'll give it a heading, ठीक है, and that is going to be with respect to the model timeline। ठीक है, this will be bold, so here we'll have a model start date। ठीक है, we'll have the model start date, and then We do need how many years it is going to be there, and the number of months भी हम यहाँ पर लेके चले गए, ठीक है? Why number of months? Because कई जगह पर, especially in the first year, we have a few months in hand, not the whole year. Therefore, months भी चाहिए, years भी चाहिए, and end date भी चाहिए होगी. Start date till end date we would like to have. When I paste all the numbers get blank, you will have to share your screen result. ऐसे मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगी. What's the issue? Please share your screen quickly. अभी आपका कॉपी पेस्ट हुआ ही नहीं है. एक बार फिर से जाओ जहाँ पर आपके नंबर फॉर्मेट है. Yeah, and select the format printer thing. Now go below and select. Yeah. Why? Just go to that input cell again. इसको कॉपी करो, कंट्रोल सी. Go to those cells. नहीं, सिर्फ कंट्रोल सी करो. Just unselect it for once. Escape से unselect करो सर. Now go to it. Control C करो. Now go below and select all the cells. Control V करो and control पे क्लिक करो. Did you press control? छोड़ना नहीं था. You have to press control to go into. हाँ, ये चाहिए साइड पे जो एरो आ रहा है, इस पे क्लिक करो. हाँ, क्लिक ऑन इट. अब यहाँ पर आपको एक ऑप्शन दे रहा होगा ओनली फॉर्मेट की. these are value paste values में नहीं जाना. हाँ, फॉर्मेटिंग. Anybody any idea why it is not copying the format? It is copying the format rather, but deleting the values. एक बार फिर से ट्राई करो फॉर्मेट प्रिंटर के थ्रू. एक बार स्क्रैच से, वो पहले से कुछ सेलेक्टेड था शायद. अनडू करो. गो टू इट. फॉर्मेट प्रिंटर. अभी ये सेलेक्टेड क्यों है पहले से? अनसेलेक्ट क्यों नहीं हुआ? कहीं आपके यहाँ इस नंबर इनपुट फॉर्मेट में तो कुछ दिक्कत नहीं है जिसकी वजह से वो आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड हो रही है? दैट इज व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग. तो इसी में कुछ गड़बड़ हो सकती है. जस्ट इसके राइट क्लिक करके फॉर्मेट सेल्स पे जाना. सेलेक्ट नंबर है. नंबर. अच्छा, इसमें आप इसका कस्टम में भी नहीं है ना? कस्टम में आपने डाला है इसमें जो दिया हुआ था? The format for number was given as a customized thing. Did you apply it?
No, ma'am.
हाँ, तो पहले तो आपका ये नंबर फॉर्मेट, आई थिंक फिर वहाँ पर कुछ गलती है जिसकी वजह से जब आप वो सेम फॉर्मेट आगे कॉपी कर रहे हो तो इट इज शोइंग अननेसेसरी रिजल्ट। तो एक काम करना, जस्ट व्यू द वीडियो अगेन। ठीक है, अभी अगर हम ये करने लगे तो जो बचा कुछ टाइम है इसी में निकल जाएगा। जस्ट व्यू द वीडियो अगेन, दिस पार्ट ऑफ द वीडियो, एंड ट्राई टू कंप्लीट दिस नंबर फॉर्मेट फर्स्ट in the right manner and then do this copy paste of it, तब हो जाना चाहिए। ठीक है,
Okay, ma'am.
ओके। सो मॉडल स्टार्ट डेट बतानी है, मंथ्स कितने हैं पर ईयर बेसिस पे, पर पीरियड बेसिस पे वो बताने हैं, टोटल टाइमलाइन कितनी रहने वाली है, कितने नंबर ऑफ इयर्स का हम काम करने लगे हैं वो बताना है, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स द मॉडल एंड डेट विल बी देयर। ठीक है, तो स्टार्ट डेट से लेकर के एंड डेट तक सारी डिटेल्स हमारे पास होनी चाहिए इन दिस टाइमलाइन। ठीक है, नाउ देखो एक चीज होती है बेसिकली, एक चीज होती है कि बेसिकली इसका फॉर्मेट क्या था। जो स्टार्ट डेट रहेगी इसका फॉर्मेट डेट रहेगा, नंबर ऑफ मंथ्स विल बी इन नंबर फॉर्मेट, टाइमलाइन विल बी नंबर ऑफ इयर्स फॉर्मेट, एंड द मॉडल एंड डेट विल बी इन डेट फॉर्मेट। तो जो भी वो भी स्पेसिफिकेशंस हमारे पास होगी, वी विल मेंशन दैट। ठीक है, डोंट वरी। बट पहले लेट्स स्पेसिफाई द स्टार्ट डेट। मॉडल स्टार्ट कब हो रहा है हमारा? आई थिंक इट इज, if you go to the model guidelines, the model start date is 1st of July 2017, but एक जगह पे हमें दिया गया था कि as far as the financials are concerned, those need to be created from 1st of April 2017। यहाँ पर लिखा था ना, the first, your first period will be April 17 till March 18। रेवेन्यूज भले ही लास्ट 4 मंथ्स में आएंगे, बट आवर मॉडल इज स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम April 17। बीच में हमने स्टार्ट किया उस पर वर्क करना, बट हम होल इन ऑल पूरे पूरे साल के एटलीस्ट ईयर वाइज डेटा बनाने वाले हैं। ठीक है ना? तो अकॉर्डिंगली 1st April शुड बी आवर मॉडल स्टार्ट डेट, बिकॉज वी आर क्रिएटिंग द मॉडल फ्रॉम 1st April। ठीक है, थिंग्स स्टार्टेड टू रोल आउट फ्रॉम जुलाई, and then revenue started to roll out from December। ठीक है, but our model is beginning from 1st April। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर भी हमारा एक फॉर्मेट लगेगा, डेट फॉर्मेट लगेगा यहाँ पर भी, राइट? यहाँ पर डेट फॉर्मेट, यहाँ पे नंबर फॉर्मेट, और यहाँ पर भी नंबर फॉर्मेट लगेगा, राइट? तो मॉडल स्टार्ट डेट हमारी है क्या? 1st of April 2017 है। ठीक है, अच्छा यहाँ पर जस्ट फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हाउ आर थिंग्स आर अपेयरिंग, हम कुछ भी रैंडम फिगर्स यहाँ पे डाल के छोड़ सकते हैं। जैसे नंबर फॉर्मेट में इफ आई पुट हियर 20, so we can see as to how it is appearing and is it abiding by the rules provided to us। तो यहाँ पर कुछ भी आप डाल सकते हो, 10, 20, any random numbers which can justify your formatting. Date परसेंटेज है तो आप 20 डालते हो, तो यहाँ पर अभी डेसिमल नहीं आ रहा. वी नीड अ डेसिमल ऑल्सो. 1 डेसिमल प्लेस तक हमारे पास डेसिमल होना चाहिए परसेंटेज. तो वील हैव अ डेसिमल प्लेस्ड हियर. ठीक है. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट द डेट इनपुट में कुछ भी डेट डाल दोगे, कोई भी रैंडम डेट चलेगा. ठीक है. जैसे हमने यही वाली डेट डाल दी, 1st of April 2017. ठीक है. ऑल्दो दिस हैज टू बी रैंडम. ठीक है. मैं कंफ्यूजन उसको रैंडम बनाने के लिए मैंने आपका 010 डाल दिया. बट एक चीज हमें देखनी है मॉडल गाइडलाइंस में, व्हेन इट कम्स टू द डेट थिंग, it is saying date, month and year format. It is not. अच्छा, ट्रिपल एम का मतलब ये तो नहीं होता दैट हमारे को फुल मंथ नेम होना चाहिए यहाँ पर. आई थिंक दैट मीन्स फुल मंथ नेम होना चाहिए. ट्रिपल एम है. अगर डबल एम होता तो चल जाता, राइट? सो नो प्रॉब्लम, वी कैन चेंज इट. So we go to our format and the date thing. We'll select this one for it. ठीक है. So what are we required to do? We are required actually to basically have this as our format here also, right? So again I can use the format printer to have this format implicated here. ठीक है. तो 1st April 2017 का यहाँ पर आ गया हमारी start date. And then we have 12 months in a year, as we know, and the model timeline is for 5 years. As you know, I don't know what is happening with my throat today. So months and timeline has to be in number format, right? We'll pick this number format and apply it over here. ठीक है. तो नंबर फॉर्मेट हमारा आ गया है. एंड इसके बाद एंड डेट बताना. ठीक है. एंड डेट कैसे कैलकुलेट करोगे, मतलब कि अपने आप एक्सेल कैलकुलेट करके दे दे आपकी एंड डेट एज पर द थिंग्स गिवन टू यू, दैट your start date is given, time frame is given, everything is given, right? Yes, 2 formulas we can use here. एक e date, एक eo month. ठीक है. 2 formulas हम यूज कर सकते हैं. what's the difference between both the formulas? eo month and e date के फॉर्मूले में क्या डिफरेंस है? देखो, अगर आप इज इक्वल टू e date टाइप करते हो तो यहाँ पर वो आपको बोलता है आप अपना स्टार्ट डेट बताओ जब से आपको स्टार्ट करना है, एंड फिर आप अपने नंबर ऑफ मंथ्स बताओ फॉर विच यू हैव टू डू इट. तो वो आपको एंड डेट बता देगा फ्रॉम अ स्टार्ट डेट एंड मंथ्स प्रोवाइडेड. तो अगर हमारा स्टार्ट डेट ये है एंड मंथ्स हमारे हो गए 12 into 5 months. If we do this way, this is what we get. We are getting a number like this because ये नंबर फॉर्मेट में है. इसका अगर मैं फॉर्मेट चेंज करके इसको डेट में कर दूं, it will provide me with a date. So it is giving me 4th, it's giving me 1st of April. अभी यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा हमारे पास चैलेंज आ जाता है. ठीक है. Yes, do you want the food business file as well? फूड बिजनेस वाली भी शेयर करनी है. ठीक है. I'll share both of them. ओके, सो बेसिकली अब यहाँ पर आप एक चीज देख रहे हो कि 1 अप्रैल 2017 से लेकर के इसने 60 मंथ्स ऐड करके सीधा 1 अप्रैल 2020 पे पहुंच गया ये। बट हमें कहाँ पहुंचना था? हमें बेसिकली 31 मार्च तक पहुंचना था। दैट इज व्हेन आवर प्रॉपर number of years are getting completed. They'll be completed by 31st March 2020, right? So उस पर्सपेक्टिव से क्या करोगे? अगर यहाँ पर आप अब यहाँ पर ई डेट में एक चैलेंज आने वाला है। इफ आई डू इट दिस वे कि मैंने एक डेट सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दी, ठीक है, जो हमारी स्टार्ट डेट थी 1 अप्रैल 2017, अगर उससे एक डेट सब्ट्रैक्ट कर देते हैं, विल गेट टू 31 मार्च 2017, ठीक है, और उसमें 60 मंथ्स ऐड कर देते, देखते हैं whether it will be able to give it or not. सिमिलरली ईओ मंथ भी सिमिलर फॉर्मूले से ही होने वाला है, इसने दे दिया, ईओ मंथ भी दे देगा आपको, ठीक है। तो ई डेट यूज कर सकते हो या ईओ मंथ यूज कर सकते हो, यहाँ पे फर्क नहीं पड़ा क्योंकि एंड ऑफ द मंथ में ही आ रहे थे हम। ईओ मंथ बेसिकली एंड ऑफ मंथ पे लेके जाता है, ई डेट एग्जैक्ट डेट पे लेके जाता है। दैट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द टू, ठीक है ना। मतलब जैसे अगर यहाँ पर कोई रैंडम डेट होती है ड्यूरिंग अ मंथ की 15 मार्च, तो वो 15 मार्च भी अगर डेट आ रही होती ना हमारी फाइनल, तो ई डेट में वो 15 मार्च ही देगा, ईओ मंथ में वो जो मार्च का मंथ है उसकी एंड की डेट दे देता। गेटिंग द डिफरेंस? करके देख सकते हो आप, ताकि इन दिस केस सिंस हमारी जो डेट आ रही थी स्पेसिफिक डेट ही आ रही थी, एंड की डेट ही आ रही थी, तो हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ा, ठीक है। बट अगर मैं जैसे इसको अगर फर्स्ट की जगह पे 15th लिख देती हूँ, तो ये 14 अप्रैल पे ले गया, ये 31 मार्च पे नहीं लेके गया, ठीक है। बट अगर इसी को मैं ई डेट की जगह ईओ मंथ कर दूं, ठीक है, क्योंकि मेरे को एंड ऑफ द मंथ की डेट चाहिए होगी, तो इसीलिए ईओ मंथ इज मेकिंग अ लिटिल बिट मोर सेंस देन ई डेट, क्योंकि ई डेट आपको एग्जैक्ट डेट पे ले गया। व्हेन वी डू इट विद ईओ मंथ, आपको वो एंड डेट पे ले जाएगा, ठीक है। जो भी आपने डेट डाली है उसके हिसाब से वो एंड डेट पे ले जाएगा। So that is the only advantage we have with ईओ मंथ, ठीक है। Nevertheless, we wanted to go to 31st March 2020 and here we are, ठीक है। So this is one thing, मॉडल टाइमलाइन हमारी कंप्लीट हो चुकी है, 1 अप्रैल से 31 मार्च 2020 पे जाने वाला है ये, ठीक है। इसके बाद ऑपरेशनल डेट तो कुछ भी नहीं है, कुछ खास नहीं है उसमें। बाकी अब हमने अपने इनपुट्स ही फिल करने हैं, बी इट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू रेवेन्यू, कॉस्ट एंड एवरीथिंग। अब जो मतलब बेस वर्क है वो कंप्लीट हो चुका है एज फार एज द इनपुट शीट इज कंसर्न। अब हमारे को अपने इनपुट स्पेसिफाई करने हैं एक के बाद एक, ठीक है। एंड मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि इफ वी स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन द रेवेन्यू पार्ट वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट इट टुडे। रेवेन्यू पार्ट तो फिर खैर छोटा सा है, कर सकते हैं कंप्लीट फटाफट से, बट आई थिंक देयर इज सम कंसर्न इन द चैट सेक्शन। 31 मार्च 2020 वाला सेल देखना है आपको, दिस इज व्हाट इज देयर। तो एक काम करते हैं आज के लिए इतना ही रखते हैं, and we have actually created the base for it, and next class में we'll work on it अभी, क्योंकि हमें एक एक चीज को समझते हुए करना है। करने को I could have prepared this presentation part myself only, and you were just required to put in the inputs and get the outputs, but since मेरा शुरू से ही ऑब्जेक्टिव रहा है कि स्क्रैच से चीजें ईच एंड एवरीथिंग चाहे कितनी भी बोरिंग या इंटरेस्टिंग हो, बट स्क्रैच से अगर आप कर लोगे तो दैट बिल्ड्स अनदर लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस rather than everything being provided and just calculations need to be done. Right. So I think let's keep it that way only. Okay, thanks. चलो फिर आज के लिए ना अभी यही रखते हैं. Let's not get into the revenue stuff. अभी हमारे को revenues and costing side and everything related to the inputs अब हमें specify करना है. तो यहाँ पर ज़्यादा हमारे को time नहीं लगेगा. This specification can be done very quickly. And main जो फिर time हमें लगेगा वो workings and financial statements में लगेगा. Nevertheless जो भी हो, I'm not sure कि Saturday complete हो पाएगा कि नहीं. But definitely next weekend में ये वाला model and if you guys can work upon the ratio part and sensitivity analysis part of the previous model that we did. तो अगर आप उस पे work कर सकते हो during the week, we'll be able to wind up with both of these model in the next weekend and then we can move forward because उसके बाद हमारा we'll switch gears towards valuation. अभी हमने कोई valuation नहीं करी है. अभी हमने model making पे focus करा है. And then of course model making के through ही valuation भी करते हैं हम. तो इसके बाद next जो हमारा focus जाएगा वो valuation side पे जाएगा. ठीक है? Yes, Rajaul. Next weekend would be for your modeling only. And after next weekend, you can give your level 1 exam. What are the instructions provided to you for your level 1 exam to be given? Then, is there any specific date for that, or it has to be done by you on your own comfort? Chalo, I'll gather some information regarding that. And if I get something, I'll update you next weekend regarding your test. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Let's watch one.
Just a minute. Yes.
हेलो.
Yes.
अभी कौन सा टॉपिक चल रहा है क्योंकि मैं बीच में क्लास नहीं अटेंड कर पाया था काफी टाइम से. मुझे पता नहीं
अच्छा.
चल रहा है तो अभी कौन सा टॉपिक चल रहा है. आज मेरा फर्स्ट क्लास है.
आपका टोटल प्रोग्राम में फर्स्ट क्लास है?
नहीं, टोटल मतलब बीच में मैंने लेवल 3 का प्लेस कर लिया था. तो वहां से मैं.
आपकी वॉइस बहुत ब्रेक हो रही है.
अब आ रही है? हेलो.
हाँ जी.
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ अभी कौन सा टॉपिक चल रहा है लेवल 2 में.
फाइनेंशियल मॉडलिंग चल रहा है.
फाइनेंशियल मॉडल.
यस, फाइनेंशियल मॉडल चल रहा है. ठीक है. एंड जस्ट वन थिंग बिफोर यू गो, आई जस्ट वांटेड टू टेक योर अटेंडेंस, सो जस्ट डोंट लीव the class right now. Let me take the attendance first. I think the test should be online. Yes, you have some query regarding the LMS, Shivangi. Whom to ask? You can ask Damini or Sakshi. As far as I know, they can help you out with it. Sakshi will do. I think she messaged that you can contact her for any query. You can contact Sakshi, I think. And yeah, just the attendance part is left. A minute. So can you guys quickly just tell me if someone is present or not? Anthony is there in the class today?
Yes, Rhythm.
Okay, so Anthony is there. Just a minute. So Anthony is there. Then we have Nidhi. Nidhi is Nidhi there? Vidhi is there. Raman is there. Raman is there. Gitanjali is there. Dipanshu is also there. Sanjeev is there. Yeah, Sanjeev is also there. Aman is also there. Harkesh is not there, right? Bino is there.
Present, ma'am.
Okay. Lakshmi is also there. Abhishek is not there, right? Razaul is there. Neha is Neha there? Shivangi is there. Nazneen is there. Megha is Megha there? Then Ishant is there. Pratyush was there, I think. Yeah, so I think yeah, I think that's done. Yes, I've marked you present, Pratyush and Gitanjali. Okay, guys. So thank you for the time, and we'll see you next weekend. We'll complete this model next weekend, okay? And do try to work on it. Work on the previous model as well during the week. Have a nice week ahead. Take care. Bye-bye. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Thanks, guys. You to take care. Bye-bye.